Going to be out protesting today. So, we may not have a ton of folks in here today. I don't really know, but that's okay. We're going to do what we do anyway because I did not get to go live yesterday. So we are live today on a rare Saturday morning live so that we can talk. Okay. I have a lot that I want to talk about. Good morning, Susie. Good morning, Miriam. Yeah, I have quite a few things that I want to share with you all. Salam, Maram. Good morning, Denise. Good to see you. Good morning, Lisa. Hey, Sharon. Folks, if you are watching me anywhere other than TikTok, make sure that you speak in the chat so that I can say hi to you. What's up, Chris? Folks, if you're chatting me on Substack, I can't see your comments. It's a thing that Substack and Restream have. So sorry about that. But what's up, Conchita? Hey, Cam. Hey, Sharon. What's up, Penny GF? Hey, Cheryl. What's up, David? Good to see you. You were sleeping. Sorry, Sandy. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Glad everybody is hopping in here on a Saturday. What's up, Devil Dog? Good to see you. Hey, Candy Kiss. Good morning, Angela. Over there on the tube with you. What's up, Blue Honey Pot? Lynn. Yay, Lisa. Good morning, 2409. Alex and Candy Kiss. Good morning, Jamie. Good to see you as well. You just put a message in Discord. That does not surprise me. Hey, Neuro Mama. Good to see you guys. As you can tell, good morning, Tara Love. Good to see you. I am Saturday morning because when I get done with this, good morning, Puffy Lady. When I get done with this live, I have to clean house today. Like that's going to be my life today. Oh, good gosh, Blue Honey Pot. That's hilarious. Good morning, Celia B. Yeah, so Candy Kiss, nobody got their email yesterday. And that is because I was literally gone from 7 in the morning yesterday until 4:30 yesterday evening. And then it was time to do dinner and all of those things. And then I played some Roblox with the kids, and then this girl fell asleep. Good morning, Colleen. So good morning, Ella. Yeah, so nobody got an email yesterday. An email will happen today. But yeah, Lisa, she threw down on her ice cream. She really did. She got the whipped cream on top and the drizzle and everything. You didn't? Ooh, that's weird, Chris, because you should have, but I will double check. She's doing well. She's sleeping right now. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Christine. Yeah, good to see you guys. What's up, Can Mom? Hey, Nikki J. Good morning, everybody. I'm glad you guys are rolling in here. So I thought this morning I would do something. Yeah, Celia, it is. Good morning, Rocky Dean. I thought this morning I would do something a little different and some things that you're normally used to. I'm sure that there are a lot of people that are asking about how everything went down yesterday. So her preliminary report looked like there was no permanent damage on her lungs, which is great. We don't need that on top of the chronic pulmonary disease, right? But next will be the when we have to do the endoscopy and check out her actual airways to determine whether or not they're going to stent her trach open or whatever. But that's not been scheduled yet, so I don't have to worry about that just yet. So for now, we're going to continue doing the things that we're doing, right? And we don't have to add anything on top of it. So that's great. So yeah, so yesterday was a win. It was just a very, very, very long day. Okay. So things that I want to talk about today, I want to talk about big scary words because I happen to watch. I don't know if you all know who Code Pink is, right? I love Code Pink. I think they are just fantastic and all of those things. And I watched a clip of them today with Rick Scott. And he liked to throw around this word socialism and communism and all of those different things. And I thought this morning, one of the things that we would do is we would take a look at these big, scary words that everybody likes to throw around. And then I thought I would show you all a couple of the things that I do and how I go about looking at information so that we can kind of walk through it together. We have to have a conversation around what's happening in Iran and the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. I think that that's incredibly important for us to do, as well as talk about, kind of what's happening in Cuba. And I want to touch on the difference between disliking the government of Israel, disliking the leadership in Israel, the military of Israel, and being anti-Semitic or having something against Jewish people. And the reason I'm going to talk about this is because I had an incident happen yesterday over on my Instagram where I had shared a video. It's the video of me calling out Gavin Newsom for his backtracking on calling Israel an apartheid state, right? And I had a very definitive reaction to that because the Israeli illegal occupation of Palestine is, in fact, an apartheid state. The way that Israel runs their country inside is an apartheid state, right? So if they have a system that gives preference to certain groups of people, even within Israel, but definitely in Palestine. And so I had done this recording where I shared a clip from former President Jimmy Carter, rest in peace, all the way back from 2007. And in this clip, Jimmy Carter is speaking to Amy over at Democracy Now! Good morning, witch. Hey, be action. And he wrote a book, and the book was about Palestine. He's Apartheid, Palestine, and Peace. Good morning, Black Nine. And so I shared this clip. Good morning, beautiful tonight. Hey, Cheryl. Good to see everybody. Good. Hey, what's the world? What's the word? And so in this clip, many of you guys have seen me share this clip quite a few times. But in this clip, it's 19 years ago. And Jimmy Carter is talking with Amy. Good morning, Brassbone. And she's asking, about this book that he's written. And this book that he's written is specifically about the illegal occupation of Palestine by Israel. It's about the fact that they have created an apartheid state, and that Palestinians don't even get to ride on the same road as Israelis, that Palestinian people don't get to, live, eat, travel unless the Israelis say they can. And he talks about all of the, hey Lynn, he talks about all of the guard towers that are around Gaza. And at that time, those things were just being built, like the walls around Gaza were just being built. Hey, Chase. And so he talks about those things in this clip. So in this video that I made in response to Gavin Newsom backtracking on his use of the word apartheid, I played this clip. And so then somebody comments on this, and this is an individual that, number one, I didn't know was Jewish and couldn't care less. I knew back when I worked in corporate America, thanks, never too far. And I mean, when I say the last time I have seen this person like in real life is probably 2011-ish. Okay, so how long ago was that? It's been quite a minute. It's been a minute, like 2011, 2011 is probably the last time that I've seen this person in person. And I've only met them a couple of times. We just worked in the same company. He worked in the company in California. I worked in the company on the East Coast. But so that's literally the amount of our interaction. Okay. So, hey, Wes, good morning. So good morning, Deborah. So let me just share with you. I actually screenshotted them because I in case they disappear, you know how sometimes people will say a lot of things and then they will delete their comments. So y'all, you know me, I'm the girl that will absolutely screenshot the comments so that I have them in case they disappear. I'm that girl. So first things first, can I do this? The first thing I want to do is play for you the video in case you haven't seen it that I made. Well, no, I'm not. And I'll tell you why I'm not, because the thing from Jimmy Carter is quite a bit, right? And but anyway, hold on, my kafia fell. So anyway, it's exactly as I described. So I'm in the front, right? Y'all know how TikTok videos are. And I say that, Gavin Newsom backtracked on his use of the word apartheid. I talk about Jimmy Carter, and then I play the Jimmy Carter clip, right? Where Jimmy Carter says apartheid is exactly the perfect word. Okay. And that's all the clip is. It's me criticizing Gavin Newsom for backtracking on his use of the word apartheid. And then it's me playing the Jimmy Carter clip. So here's what this person said on my clip. So this person responds and says, "Ha." Oh wait, let me go back to the first comment. The person comments first and says, "Such a surprise when you learn somebody you know at one point doesn't like Jews." And I replied back, "Such a surprise when someone you know doesn't know the difference between not liking the government of Israel and not liking Jews." Such a surprise when somebody can't make those two distinctions. And then this person replies back and they reply back and they say, "No lack of clarity here. And what a fortunate opportunity to hide behind using quote unquote Israel versus Jews. But you don't seem to have the same problem with others. Selective outrage. It's okay. Your tropes aren't the least bit unique." And I reply back, this is on Instagram. And I reply back, don't act like you know me. And I don't hide behind tropes. If I have an issue, I'll say it. And I have very specifically. I do not support the government of Israel. You don't get to make it about anything other than what I've said it is, period. Hella, 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 Raja. And so this person replies back and says, "Ha, I don't claim to know you, but you did. That was literally the first fucking thing you said, right? But you did claim to know me." And he says, "Ha, I don't claim to know you. We agree there. But the claims you make against Israel, and they are about the people, make no mistake, are both prejudice and false." And I said, "They aren't quote unquote claims. I've interviewed doctors who were in Gaza treating the children shot and hit by Israeli forces and drones. Every human rights organization around the world has come to the same conclusion about Israel, not to mention the ICC." Needless to say, that was the end of that conversation. I got no response after that. I got zero response after I just called out the bullshit. You don't get to try to tell me this is not about the government of Israel. You don't get to try to tell me, "Oh, these are my claims." No, these are not claims. These are fucking facts. These are facts that the entire international community has addressed. These are facts that every human rights organization in the world has said about the government of Israel. So no, sir, you don't get to tell me that. You don't get to try to twist my words. You don't get to try that bullshit with me. You can try it with anyone else, sir, but not over here, because I'm going to correct you. And that was literally the end of that conversation. And so I want to encourage people, when people try to say to you that your views on the government or the state of Israel has something to do with Jewish people, and you know that it's not, don't be afraid of that big scary word, anti-Semitism. Address that head on. Address it head on and use your facts, right? Don't let somebody make you out to be something that you know you're not and that you've never said. Right. And so I am quick to do that. And I want to encourage you all to not get into a debate about what is anti-Semitism or what you do or don't feel. Stay on point. The point is the actions of the Israeli government. That's the point. The point is the war crimes and the crimes against humanity that are being perpetrated by the Israeli government. That's the point. You stay on point and you don't move from that point, because there's nothing about that that is incorrect, right? Hey, Tink Tink, good morning. So I just want to be clear about that. Okay. So, yeah, you're welcome, Michelle. So I just think it's very important that people know that. And I don't know if anyone saw the report from Democracy Now on Israel's use of white phosphorus. Did anybody see that? I shared it on my Facebook, but I don't know if and all of you all follow me over there or whatever. Okay. So, a humanitarian rights groups says that Israel used phosphorus munitions and targeted civilian infrastructure in Lebanon. And this is from Democracy Now! So let me share that with you. Okay. All right. So, this is from this is from Friday. Wait, what is today? Saturday. This is from Thursday. Whew. It takes me a minute. Kenosis, you keep saying invite you for what? Invite you for what, Kenosis? Like the only things that you have said in the chat so far are invite me and W Israel. Well, I didn't say that I needed anybody to talk about the topic. Like, what could you possibly have to say about a discussion I had with someone about my Facebook? What could you have to say about, I mean, my Instagram? What could you offer about an exchange that I had with someone on my Instagram? I don't think I need your opinion on my exchange with someone on my Instagram. I don't know what you're talking about when you say defend Palestine. In what way? Where was Palestine in the conversation that I've had this morning so far? Matter of fact, do you see Palestine anywhere on the prompt? You said that you would like to talk about the subject. I would like for you to show me in my topic for today where you see the word Palestine. Do you see it? Because what I see is it says big scary words. It says Iran, US, Israel, and then it says disliking Israel versus anti-Semitism. Yeah, Israel is on the prompt, but you said defend Palestine. I don't know why I would need to defend Palestine. Palestine's not on my prompt. And I don't think that I said that I need anyone to defend Israel. As a matter of fact, what I believe I just stated very clearly is that every humanitarian organization, humanitarian rights organization around the world has already determined that Israel has committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. I don't care what you would like to defend. Do you understand that if you are an individual that wants to defend human rights violations, you're probably not someone I want to have a conversation with? If you're someone who wants to defend war crimes, you're probably not someone that I would want to have a conversation with. No, it's not a bot, Janyaya. It's not a bot. You know, I didn't ask for anybody. I didn't ask for anybody to defend Israel. For me, human rights violations are indefensible. That's not difficult. Yeah, do me a favor. So follow the guidelines in this space. So you see how it says no all caps? That is because all caps are reserved for my moderators and for my folks that are vision impaired. So you can write the word fallacy in all caps. That doesn't make it an accurate word. And don't use the word fallacy. I mean, don't use it in all caps. Yeah, that's the wind, Michelle. It's very windy today. Okay, so I hope we're clear. Like, there's nothing to defend. Hey guys, don't use the H word, please, in the chat. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead with this article. All right. So according to this article that is in Democracy Now, it says rights groups say Israel used phosphorus munitions and targeted civilian infrastructures in Lebanon. And it says Israel has bombed Beirut and pushed deeper into southern Lebanon as it outlines plans to occupy the region. This comes as Oxfam says Israeli forces are destroying water and sanitation infrastructure across Lebanon, repeating the same pattern used in Gaza. In just 4 days during the first weeks of fighting, Israel has damaged at least 7 critical water sources in the Bakwa area, cutting off clean water to nearly 7,000 people. Right? Folks, if you support that, there's not a conversation to be had with you. So we all know that international law says that you are not supposed to target civilians, and you are not supposed to target critical infrastructure that impacts civilians. But this is exactly what they did in Gaza. And they are, washing, rinsing, and repeating the same process in Lebanon. And the reason that they are doing this is because they would like to accomplish the Greater Israel Project, right? So when they did this in when they did this in Gaza, we know the outcome. We know that there was raw sewage in the streets. We know that there was no access to clean drinking water. We know that it severely compromised the way that people are able to live and function in Gaza, right? And we also know that this is something that is a common tactic, right? The same way pouring concrete down into, sewer pipes and water pipes and things like that is a common tactic. So I do go to their site and check them out. So if you all don't go to the site Human Rights Watch, I would highly recommend them, because they don't just watch other places. They don't just watch, they watch the United States of America. You would be interested to see the fact that the United States of America is now making human rights violation lists for these organizations, because the things that this government is now participating in are violating human rights. So Human Rights Watch, yep, that one be action, documented Israel's use of white phosphorus munitions over the southern Lebanese town of Yomor on March the 3rd, firing the incendiary weapon over residential areas and sparking fires in at least 2 homes. Ahmad Beidoun, an open source intelligence researcher at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, mapped 248. Listen to this number. They mapped 248 Israeli white phosphorus strikes across southern Lebanon, finding 39% of them hit civilian areas. Israel is not our ally, doggy mom. So explain to me what does it mean to be an ally? That's what I would like for you to do, doggy mom. Describe to me, define for me what it means when you are an ally from a governmental sense. What does it mean to be an ally? You guys let me handle doggy mom. Garvis, be nice. Garvis, we don't look, the first thing I have in here, it says be respectful, folks. So listen, in this space, I don't do the insults back and forth. So just be nice. Don't be insulting to people. You don't have to be nice, just be respectful. Let me say that. Good morning, Dano. Hey, Burke. Good to see you. Hey, Linda. Good morning. So again, this is my question, doggy mom. I'm asking you to define what it means to be an ally. What do governments that are allies do? No, that's not what it means. User 19188. Aligning with someone does not make them an ally. There are people that I align with on certain beliefs, but that does not make them an ally. We are talking about between the United States and Israel and other countries. Define for me what it means for a government, a country, to be an ally of this country. You're welcome. That's what I'm asking for you to do. Are you able to do that? Because, Doggy Mom, you've gotten very quiet when I ask you for the definition of an ally. Is Doggy Mom commenting and I just can't see them, or what's happened? Hey, folks over there, give me 1 second. Nope, she's not. She's gone silent. Oh, she's researching the definition. Maybe. You think she left? Not surprising. All right. So first of all, an alliance typically for us means that, yeah, just saying, an ally is a state that has, that a first state has made a formal defense commitment to defend via treaty, or one it fights along inside of war, right? So do we have a treaty where we have committed to defend Israel? That would be the first question. And the second question is, has Israel ever fought alongside us in a conflict, in a war? No, Israel doesn't fight alongside us in wars. Right now, do you understand what's happening right now? Right now, the IDF is moving into Lebanon. You don't see the IDF moving into Iran, do you? Can you? I mean, just think about that. Why are we sending our soldiers over, right? When Israel is already there, they have the IDF. The IDF is moving into Iran. Why aren't they moving into Iran? Why are we sending our troops? Probably because the IDF is literally calling up reserves. Israel is calling up reserves because they don't have enough soldiers to fight all the wars that they are in, because they keep bombing people. They're literally calling up their reservists, folks. So we're just to be clear about that. Okay. So if anyone can tell me, what does the United States of America get from, Israel? Somebody share it with me. Can anybody share it with me? What does the United States of America get from Israel? Intel. So Poetic Chaos, let's talk about Israeli intel that we get. What type of intel have we gotten from Israel other than to hit a girls' school? Yep, we get IDF training, because you all do know that the IDF does train some of our police around the world. Right? So everyone does know that, right? That the United States of America does send our police to be trained by the IDF. Yes. So this is in my link tree if you haven't ever read it. Yep. even Amnesty International has a great article about this. You can Google it. You will see reports from our own states, from our own governments, for our police individuals that go to IDF to be trained, that we are trained by the IDF. Yeah. So let me show you. Happy. Hold on. Nope. I do not want to co-host. United States Police trained by the IDF. All right. So here we go. I'm going to share my screen with you guys over here so that you all can see this. And then I'm going to turn my screen around so that you all can see it over here. Good morning, Moji. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm not in a rush today, so we're going to take our time and really walk through things so people can see them themselves. Y'all know I'm a big proponent of that. So, and the reason that they talk about this is because the IDF has chronic human rights violations in Israel, right? Let me get out of this. Okay. So when you go down here, this is just one, right? This is from 2016 and it'll show you. So this is a Department of Justice report that was published, right? So apparently within the Baltimore Police Department, there was a lot of constitutional violations, discriminatory enforcement, and a culture of retaliation. And one of the reasons that this was brought to light is because the Baltimore police had specifically trained with the IDF, right? So they had gotten training on crowd control, use of force, and surveillance by Israeli National Police, Military, and Intelligence Service. So that was one of the things that was really important about this. So not only with Baltimore, right, but hundreds of other police departments from Florida, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, California, Arizona, Connecticut, New York, Massachusetts, North Carolina, Georgia, Washington State, and the DC Capitol Police have all received training. They have all traveled to Israel for training. And then we've had thousands of them trained here in the United States by Israeli officials. So everything that you see with this underlining here, that is a link to be able to go and actually review the reports or the articles about this training. And so all of these are here. This is the DOJ report. This is the Amnesty International report finding Israeli military, security, and police forces responsible for the same behavior. In one case, a 28-year-old Palestinian man not suspected of any crime except being present during a raid was killed in what appears to be an extrajudicial execution by Israeli forces, including an undercover police unit. And this was a raid on a hospital in Hebron in 2015. Okay. So when I say to you all, the IDF, absolutely. Yeah, this is in my link tree, Poetic Chaos. Yeah, this is in my link tree. So yeah, this is a thing, right? This is a thing, and it is something that people should be concerned about, right? Yeah. So Petro, could you name for me something that I've said that is anti-Semitic? Give me one example of anything that I've said that is anti-Semitic. I invite you to name one thing that I've said. Because you can't. Because I haven't. Because you're full of shit. Because you don't like the fact that I am actually pointing out the behavior and the actions of the Israeli government and its connection to the United States of America and the training of its police force. Yeah. So folks, I'm going to be very clear. I can stand 10 toes down behind any statement that I make, because I know that every statement that I make is specifically about the Israeli government, the Israeli military, the political state of Israel, and has nothing to do with Jewish individuals. Hey, Adam. So no matter how hard you try, no matter how many times you say that, no matter how accusatory you are, what I'm going to be able to show you is that you're full of shit. Well, alpha female, tell me what I said that's BS so far. Give me a specific example. Guys, remember, don't use caps, please. But Dano, it's not just about being anti-Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't achieve all of this on his own. It's the same reason our issues in the United States of America are not just Donald Trump. Oh, is she? Okay, thanks, Sandy. November, you're good. So I think you told me that the other day. My memory sucks. So thanks, November. Thanks, Sandy. So again, this is a reminder, folks. So it is important to remember this is not just about Netanyahu, the same way that the trouble that the United States have right now is not just about Donald Trump, right? It's about an ideology. It's about their parliament and our Congress, right? It's about the far right movement in both countries and many, many countries around the world, right? We literally saw the Freedom Caucus in the United States of America just yesterday derail the ability of Congress to fully fund DHS, except for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol, right? Literally. Yeah, hold on, Poetic Chaos, because I want to stay on topic. Right? So this is about that. And the funny thing, I want to address something that people say. When people say Trump derangement syndrome, or in this case, somebody in my comments is saying Israel derangement syndrome. Do you want to know why I'm not focused on other countries? Do you want to know why I'm not sitting up here talking about Norway every day? Because Norway is not bombing the shit out of 3 or 4 other countries and committing human rights violations in the process and violating international law. I would be just as dedicated to talking about Norway if Norway was doing the bullshit that Israel is doing. If you do not want me to be focused on Israel, then by all means, stop committing war crimes, stop bombing 3 and 4 and 5 other fucking countries, okay? And stop doing human rights violations. That is not called having a derangement syndrome. That is called being responsible, right? That is called being aware. That is called focusing on what matters all around the world. Right. Being a humanitarian, 100%. Like, this is not difficult, folks. If this was Norway doing this, I would be talking about Norway, but it's not. Yeah. So listen, the question that you have to ask yourself when people are talking about Donald Trump or when people are talking about Israel, then what you need to ask yourself is, are they really focused on them for no reason? Or is it that they are focused on them because nobody else is doing the bullshit they're doing? And it's probably going to be the latter of the two. It's probably going to be the latter. Right? Like, this is not hard, folks. So, I let me turn the page of notes that I have. So, I just, I emphatically reject the idea that that I have Israel derangement syndrome or that I have Trump derangement syndrome. No, I don't. If Donald Trump was not the president of the United States, I would give 0 fucks about what that man does in life. Let me be very, very clear. If Donald Trump was not the president of the United States of America, I would give 0 fucks about what that man does. He's only relevant because he's the president of the United States of America. That's it. Yeah, well, Kelly, I disagree with you. And if you would like, Kelly, then you can share with me what is right about starving people. I'm just going to use that as one example because currently the president of the United States is starving the people of Cuba, and Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu are starving the people of Gaza. So share with me how starving people is quote unquote doing what's right. Give it a whirl, Kelly. Tell me what you got. Hell no, I didn't watch The Apprentice. Hell no, I didn't watch The Apprentice. What you got, Kelly? I don't know what we're talking about, breastbone. I don't know what I told them. I'm waiting for you, Kelly. Where are you? Yeah, see, this is what happens when no, so Kelly, no, you don't get to talk about Iran and Islam. You have to tell me how starving people is doing what's right, Kelly. We don't get to pivot, beloved. We have to stay on task. You made a statement. I'm simply asking you to back it up. They're not. They're not starving people. So, Kelly, explain to me how a famine occurred in Gaza. Share with me how that happened. Share with me how Cuba, the people of Cuba, are now starving because the United States of America is blocking off all aid to Cuba. Right, you can't. Like it's that's just it. And so here's the thing, I'm not going to argue with ignorance. You don't want to talk about facts. You just want to talk about what you think. And if what you think was actually based on facts, we could have a conversation, but you don't. Like nothing that you're saying is fact based. Nothing. And that's the issue that I have. Like if you want to have a conversation with me and you disagree with me, we can do that all day long as what you're saying and your disagreement with me is rooted in fact. If you're if what you're saying is rooted in your own ideology or rooted in your own religion or rooted in your own political ideology, I don't really care about that. No, I don't appear to be. I'm literally asking you to present your side. You just can't. Kelly says I'm very one-sided. That's the problem with me. I am asking you to present your side. The problem is you can't. You just keep saying irrational, ignorant shit. The United States is starving people in Cuba. 100%. Blocking off their electricity, blocking off their fuel, blocking off their aid. Yes, the United States of America is. Yes, we are. Well, again, you there you go. See, this is my thing. Not arguing with people that don't want to talk about facts. People like me will always support the left in their bullshit. Tell me what I'm saying that's leftist. If you believe that it's leftist to believe people should be able to eat, then yep, I'm on the left. if you believe if you think that believing people should eat and not be starved is being on the left, then yep, that would be me. all day long, because call it crazy, but I believe that people should be able to eat. The fuck is wrong with people? It's just really wild to me. I mean, name one thing, you all, that I have said this morning that is leftist. Can anybody name anything that I've said that's leftist? Because I can't think of a thing in the world that I've said that is leftist. And I don't even know what leftist is, but I don't think I've said anything that's woke or I just can't think of anything that, you know what I mean? It says something, you all. It says something that we have reached a place in life. I've been on about 45 minutes where human rights is considered leftist. What does that say about the world where we have reached a place where human rights is considered leftist? Like, that's the crazy thing to me. Because literally, that's all I've advocated for since I started talking. Right? That's all I've talked about this morning is human rights. So, whatever, man. Whatever, man. My shirt was a gift. I got it for Christmas. My niece got it to me, gave it to me for Christmas. It's got the little girl on it. Yeah, my niece got it. It was a gift for Christmas. Okay, Dave. I'm not sad though. I look pretty happy though, don't I? What human rights do women have in Gaza? Oh, they have a ton. What human rights do they not have in Gaza? Well, wait, let me ask you a question. Do you mean human rights under Israeli illegal occupation or human rights under Palestine? Because they have a ton. They have a great education. The women in Palestine they have a literacy rate of about 90, 99, 98%. They're very well educated. Many of them are engineers and architects, and they have their own businesses and all of that. So, yeah, they have plenty of rights. Oh, so, yeah, just saying. And let me just be clear. I keep saying this, but I'm going to say this emphatically. The men in the United States of America don't give a shit about women. Men in the United States of America, and I don't mean all men, I'm saying as a general thing, men, especially men in positions of leadership, right, do not give a fuck about women or our rights. Because if men in the United States of America wanted women to have the exact same rights as men, the ERA would have been put into the Constitution already. It was ratified in 1970. Well, it was passed in 1973, right? The Equal Rights Amendment passed in 1973. It took until 2020 for 37 states to actually ratify it. That should tell you something. It took almost 50 years. It took almost 50 years for just 37 states in the United States of America to say, yes, women should have equal rights. And even then, it has been the GOP leadership in the Congress of the United States of America that has declined to pass the resolution that would eliminate the 10-year requirement for ratification and have it added to the Constitution. So do not tell me about what rights women have in other countries, as if the United States of America gives a fuck about rights for women here, because they do not. Because if they did, we would have already had this added to the Constitution. Good morning, Attorney D. So you can miss me with it, folks. You can miss me with it. See, you think that you're going to be able to play on emotions, and you're going to be able to talk about, well, this is so horrendous what they do to women. What the United States of America does to women is horrible as well. The United States of America does what many other countries do. We just do it under laws that we've already passed. And because they're not rooted in a religion that the United States of America agrees with, we disagree with them. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, well, Paul Can, are you Paul Kane, are you a woman? Right. And the question was about women in Palestine. It was about women in Gaza. Now, if you want to talk about Iran, we can do that. If you would like to talk about Iran, we can do that. Because everything that Iran is today is on the shoulders of the United States of America and the UK. I'm going to say that again. Everything that Iran is today is on the shoulders of the United States of America and the UK. So if you don't know that, okay, then you need a history lesson. And by the way, how so? I'll tell you, Gregory. And by the way, everything that I'm about to tell you is in my link tree already. So if you don't know, you can 100% go to my bio anywhere, right? And click the link tree that's in my bio. And there's documents to back up everything that I'm about to say. And in this case, there's even reports from the CIA and from the government themselves in my link tree as well. Okay. So let me just give it to you. Let me take a sip real quick. So in 1951, Iran was a democratic country. They had democratically elected their parliament the same way that we democratically elect our congresspersons. Although I don't know that Iran was gerrymandered the way we are, but they democratically elected their parliament. So I don't know that their democracy is exactly like ours, because our democracy is gerrymandered as fuck. But I digress. We won't get into that right now, right? Right, Joe, probably so. But anyway, Iran was a democratic country in 1951. Okay. And in 1951, they had democratically elected their parliament. Okay. When they democratically elected their parliament then voted for who their prime minister was going to be. And 99 out of 102 of the members of the parliament voted for Mohammad Mossadegh to become the new prime minister of Iran. Good morning, Macaroni in the house. Tell Sue I said hello. Okay. I hope you're listening, for the person who said how so, because I'm literally telling you so. Okay. So they nominated Mohammad Mossadegh to be the prime minister of Iran. And one of the reasons he was so popular at that time is because what he wanted to do was to nationalize Iran's oil and other resources, because they were tired of foreign governments controlling their resources, keeping the majority of the profits, and not opening their books to the country of Iran, while also making them work in poor working conditions. Okay. So what happened is, under Mohammad Mossadegh's leadership, they absolutely passed legislation to nationalize their oil. Now, at that time in Iran, the oil was under the name of the Anglo, that means white, y'all, Anglo, Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, where the British owned 51% of the oil. Just saying. They owned 51% of the oil profits. Okay. And so they became British Petroleum, which you now know today as BP. Okay. And obviously, so one of the things that was happening at this time in 1951 is the British Empire was dwindling a little bit. They were losing all of the countries that they were dominating and that sort of thing. And so the last thing that the British wanted to see happen was them lose their control over Iran's oil. So, oh, thanks. So in 1951, guess what happened? So in 1951, the Brits came to the US and asked Harry Truman if they would like to join with the UK and orchestrate a coup in Iran. And at that time, Harry Truman said, nah, I don't think I want to do that. That's y'all shit over there. We don't really want no part in it. Okay. And then in 1952, guess what happened, guys? We had another election and we got a new president. And that new president was Eisenhower. And under Eisenhower, we did agree to help the British. And so the CIA under the United States of America and joined the MI6, right, which is the UK's foreign intelligence, right? And they joined together to do an operation known as Operation Ajax. You can look it up, okay? Now, Operation Ajax was actually led by the son of Dwight Eisenhower. He was leading the CIA, this operation for the CIA on the ground in Iran. And what we did at that time was we created propaganda. We paid for the propaganda to be developed. We spread misinformation. We got people to revolt, and we spread Eisenhower, Rob. Eisenhower. And yeah, so anyway, we did the propaganda. And what happened is we were able to facilitate and orchestrate a coup in Iran. And when we did that, okay, their political party doesn't matter to me, guys. I want to be clear about something. We should not reduce everything down to people's political party, because especially when it comes to foreign policy, it doesn't matter much of the time whether our presidents are Democrats or Republican. We do horrible things around the world under every leadership. I want to be very clear about that. The political party of the president doesn't matter, especially when it comes to foreign policy. Okay. So we organized this coup, and about 300 Iranians die in the process. Mohammad Mossadegh is then arrested. He is convicted. He spends 3 years in prison, and then the rest of his life on house arrest. And then after that, guess what else happens? So after that, they put in this other prime minister, but he didn't really work. And so then we helped install the Shah. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. And this is why I say the state of Iran today is on our shoulders. Because it's not just about the coup. It's not just about the coup. It's about what happened after that. When the Shah was installed as their prime minister, the Shah was able to be heavily, heavily influenced by the West, by the United States of America, by the UK. And so this part's really important. You know how a lot of times we are shown pictures of women in Iran and they're dressed like us? And we talk about how free those women used to be, and we talk about how, this is the fault of the Islamic Revolution and da 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 da. Y'all know that, right? We get shown these pictures of people who are dressed like us, and we all of a sudden believes that that meant they were free, but it's not. It's propaganda, because what happened under the Shah is they were forced to embrace Western culture. I'm going to say that again. They were forced to embrace Western culture. They were forced to not wear their hijabs. They were forced to wear Western clothes. They were forced to do all of those things. And the Shah actually used violent measures if they did not desire to do so. So from 1953 to about 1979, 1978, 1979, right? So after 20 years of forced oppression into Western cultures and Western values, guess what happened? The people revolted. The people revolted. And what also happened as a result, folks, is whenever you go to the extreme in one way, right? So if you want to force extreme Western culture on somebody, guess what you're going to end up getting? You're going to end up getting the extreme opposite in return. Extremes everywhere is not good. Extremes in any way, shape, or form are not good. So what you got was an extreme reaction to forced westernization of the people of Iran, and you got the Islamic Revolution. That's what you got. Okay? And so, yeah, it was the resistance to colonization. Exactly, Rachel. And so that is why when I say that what is happening in Iran today comes back to the US and UK, it is because we are the ones who orchestrated a coup to overturn their government. We wanted to colonize them. It's just that simple, folks. It's a colonizer's mindset. That's it. And if you don't understand that, then you're just inaccurate. Okay? They were 100% a democratic country in 1951. Yes, Firmhand, they do. And I just want to be clear about something, you all. So there's something that happens in the West where we think our culture is the best culture, and it is not. Just because people choose a culture that doesn't look like ours and isn't like ours doesn't mean it doesn't work. What you see as, oh, women aren't allowed to do whatever, actually in Islam, women have more rights than anybody else. I'm going to share with you something else. Okay. I'm going to share with you something else. A lot of times the United States of America wants to talk about honor killings. Oh, well, they have honor killings. So do we. We just don't call them that. We just don't call them that. In the United States of America, when somebody's spouse cheats on them and then that spouse kills them for cheating and bringing shame to them and embarrassment, we don't call them honor killings. We just put them on an episode of Snapped or the First 48 and we make money off of it. But that's what it is. We just call them crimes of passion. That's all we do. But they are, in fact, honor killings. We just don't use that terminology for ourselves. I'm going to give you another example. Okay. In the United States of America, when we talk about terrorists, right? We say that certain groups are terrorists, right? That's what they are. Okay, so what are we? If another country, if another military was able to come into the United States of America and in a matter of hours, without any casualties, was able to kidnap our president and take them to another country, we would consider them a terrorist organization, and it would be an act of war. That is us. In many, many, many countries around the world, the United States of America is a terrorist country. So the thing about it, and I'm just going to kind of give you guys another example, okay? Okay. If, let me just give you this. If, for example, if Hamas, because they were elected as the parliament in Gaza. So, and just so that you all know, back then when Hamas was running to be the parliament in Gaza, Bibi Netanyahu actually funded and supported Hamas. Do you all know why Bibi Netanyahu funded and supported Hamas? Because he did not want the Palestinian Authority that existed in the West Bank to present like a reasonable, like, government agency, and he did not want them to be able to get to help Palestine become a recognized state. He was concerned that if he did not have Hamas to be able to blame for their militant activities, right? Listen, then Palestine would have an argument to be recognized as a Palestinian state. So Bibi Netanyahu actually funded Hamas in order to keep Palestine from becoming a state, because they do not want a two-state solution. That's a fact. He needed an enemy, and because he didn't want Palestine to become a state. So to be clear, okay, what you have in Hamas is a resistance to the illegal occupation of Israel. That does not make them terrorists. It makes them protectors of their land and their people. And you can't say, oh, well, they killed civilians, so that makes them terrorists, because Israel killed civilians. The United States of America killed civilians. And if that's the standard by which we call them terrorists, then we must apply it across the board. Hey, Sissy, will you turn the TV down? We do lo-fi when they're sleeping, so the TV's still going. So I just want us to be clear about like how we identify people and what's our justification. And we have to make sure that we are applying it across the board to everyone equally, equitably, the same. Okay. And guess what? That would be the same thing. When you talk about what, yeah, no, it's them. We do lo-fi while they're sleeping. But that's the same case. Do you want to know why they want Hamas to disarm so they can take Palestine? Why do they want the Hezbollah to disarm so that Israel can take Lebanon? They want to also take Syria. Why? Because they want the Greater Israel Project. And so how do you get people to support that? You make it seem as if the women there are being mistreated by the people there, but you ignore the fact that Israel is literally killing thousands of women and children. Yeah. So let me just be clear. Don't ever feel like you have to come liberate me if that includes killing me. Don't ever listen. Don't ever feel like you got to come liberate me if that means you're going to kill me in the process. Just leave me where I'm at. Okay? Okay. So, when we talk about where we are today, okay, um, and this is where we get to the big scary words, like socialism and communism. And for me, capitalism is scarier than either of those two words. Capitalism, as practiced by the United States of America, is scarier than any of those places, any of those words, because capitalism here kills millions of people every year. Okay. So I'll give you another example of what we talk about when we talk about terrorism. Okay. If Hamas, just follow me on this. If Hamas was governing Gaza, follow me. And if Hamas said, okay, we are not going to give 500,000 people access to health care so that we can make more money, we would call them what? What would we call Hamas? If Hamas said, we are not going to give 500,000 people access to health care because we need our money for our military, what would we call Hamas? No, that's what we would call it here. What would the United States of America call Hamas? Right, Carol. We would call Hamas terrorists, y'all. Come on, y'all, be real. In America, that's capitalism. In America, that's Congress. In America, that's literally the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia could give 500,000 people access to health care if they just simply expanded Medicaid. And they would come out far better economically in the long run. Insurance companies do it every day. You don't see us, we don't call businessmen sitting in business suits in corner offices of buildings, we don't call them corner boys, we don't call them terrorists, but they literally sit in those offices and for profit, for money, deny people access to healthcare. Right? But this is the lens through which we view people. And this is why it's really important to try on the lens of other people. Well, Hector, honey, if you believe I am lying so much, you listen, I'm gonna make it real easy for just you, Hector. Nobody else but Hector. This is for you. You ready, Hector? That big ass box, Hector, is just for you. Matter of fact, I'm gonna help you out. Boom, Hector, that big ass box is just for you. My Discord is if you go in my link tree, it's got a little remote controller there. That's the link for the invitation to join my Discord. Hector, come on now. I'm giving you a platform. I'm giving you the opportunity. You don't have to turn on your camera. You can sit on the toilet. You can sit on the toilet and talk just as much as you can sit on the toilet and type. I don't need your camera, Hector. Sometimes, Hector, if you're distracted, it comes out easier. So just get on up here and talk to me. It might just come right on out easier, Hector. I don't need you on camera. Just saying. Come on, Hector. I gave you the box. Come on. Because if you are serious, Hector, about the things that I'm saying being untrue, if you are serious and adamant about the things that I'm saying not being facts, oh, you're not very good at using these phones. I know you're good at touching that big ass box right there that says request. And I'm gonna make it even easier. I just sent you an invitation. You can click accept. If you can type, you can touch. If you can type to chat in this thing, you can touch that big ass request button. This is what always happens the majority of the time. You're full of shit, Hector. You're full of shit. That's what you are. And now I'm done entertaining you because I only did it to prove a point. I knew you weren't coming up to start with. I knew you weren't coming up to start with. Well, no, apparently you are full of shit. You're on the toilet, right? But you are absolutely full of shit because if you have an attorney, if you have an opportunity to get up here and actually have a real conversation and you don't, then that's going to be the conclusion that I draw. That's it. Yeah. Pun intended. Actually, it wasn't, but it works. Okay, so no. So let me just be this clear. When you say, didn't Israel try to do terms for Tuesday for a solution with Arafat only to be turned down? Listen, this is what we're not going to do. So listen, here's what happens. You do not get to pick a fight with me, right? And then when I'm whipping your ass and causing you and your whole neighborhood pain, think I have to cater to your request to end things. Y'all do understand that, right? You don't get to pick a fucking fight. And when you realize you can't knock me out, think I'm supposed to just stop whipping your ass. I don't have to do that. You pick the fight. And if I can go 12 rounds, I don't have to stop in the fourth. No, Hector. I don't have to answer the damn question. You don't run shit here. You don't run shit here. This not your room. Especially after you didn't hop in the box. That's that patriarchy bullshit you got going, Hector. And listen, your name on here is Hector Chavez. I know you understand the boxing reference I just gave you. I know you understand the boxing reference. This dude's name is Hector Chavez. I know you understand what I just gave you. If you get in the ring, if you pick a fight with me in the ring, and because you thought you could knock me out by the third round, and we get into the fifth round, and you're like, oh shit, I think she can go a full 12 rounds, you don't get to then ask me to throw in the towel. No, you get to take this ass licking. That's what you get. That's what you get to do. You get to get that boop, boop, little uppercut, little kidney punch. That's what you get. That's the way it works. That's not difficult to understand. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You got in the ring and thought you was fighting Buster Douglas and figured out I'm motherfucking Arturo Gotti. And if y'all don't know who Arturo Gotti is, Arturo can go all 12 rounds, broken right hand and all. And tell Buddy McGirt, don't be asking me about my hand. I don't have to answer any of your questions, Hector. You no longer get any of my time or attention. You did not get in the box, so I'm no longer talking to you. You'll just be down there and be ignored. Watch this. This is my last comment to you. You didn't get in the box. I don't have to give you any more time. What's up, Showtime? So this is the thing that people really need to realize, and this boxing reference is probably the best one that I could give you. Literally, Israel and the United States of America thought they were fighting Buster Douglas. They thought they ass was Mike Tyson from the 90s, and they figured out they was Mike Tyson from the 2025, and they were in the ring with the Arturo Gotti of the 90s, and they done fucked around and found out. Come on now, y'all know. That's what it is. The United States of America used to be the Mike Tyson of the 90s, but it's not the 90s anymore. We live in a different world now. And they still talking shit like they can do a knockout in 30 minutes. Y'all remember when we used to pay $49.99 for a 30-second fight and act like we were surprised? You can't do no 30-second fights no more. That's not the world we live in. Yeah, like real talk. If y'all really want a sense of what I'm talking about, I want you to go back and I want you to look up Arturo Gotti, Mickey Ward, 30 rounds. They did 3 fights, 10 rounds each. They are the best 30 rounds in boxing. I am not kidding. And the way that they greeted each other in the third fight is the best. Is the best. Is the best. And after Irish Mickey Ward retired, he became part of Arturo Gotti's camp. Yeah. So, and I'm not kidding when I say that Arturo literally broke his hand in the 4th round. He literally did. He broke it, hitting his hip. And Arturo Gotti was like, Buddy McGirt, who was his trainer at the time, was asking him about his hand. And Arturo kept going, I'm good. Like, stop asking me about my fucking hand, because they didn't want the doctor to stop the fight. Now, you know what's crazy about the 5th round? The 5th round, you can see every single punch that Arturo throws in the 5th round, you can see him wince because he's hitting with a broken hand. Oh, I love a dino, Sandy. Thanks. But guess what? By the time you get to the end of the 5th round, that hand is numb. So by the time you got to the 6th round, he was fucking up again. Okay? That's what you are witnessing right now. You are witnessing this right now. Yeah, see, there's a difference, Kate, that between a boxer and a fighter. Floyd Mayweather Jr. is a boxer. Beautiful, skilled. He can dance. He'll jab, 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 and out, right? He's a boxer. Technically beautiful. Arturo Gotti is a fighter. Okay? And I need for you all to understand, Iran is a fighter. They are like Arturo Gotti. Palestine, they are fighters. They are like Arturo Gotti. That's what y'all don't get. That's why they're built different. If I could give it to you in a football analogy, if that works better for some of y'all, okay? If I can give it to you. So if y'all remember Deion Sanders in his prime, That joker could run, couldn't he? He was amazing. But that bitch didn't ever want to get hit. Deion Sanders would run out of bounds before he took a lick. Listen, Deion Sanders would be like, where is the sideline? Don't hit my pretty ass. Right? What was Steve McNair? What was Steve Young? 5, 7 concussions later, they ass is still going for it. Y'all see the difference? There's a difference. One has a different heart. One has a different makeup. One has a different build. So just putting that out there. Okay. So, all right. All right. So listen, I'm just going to say, listen, you know, Deion's pretty ass didn't want to get hit. We know it. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. But we are going to call a thing a thing. That's what we are going to do, is call a thing a thing. Right. Okay. So, you know, so, for people that do not understand what has occurred, and what we are doing around the world, is we are absolutely being the terrorists. The blackouts that are happening in Cuba, the hospital that's barely able to run on any power whatsoever, any of those people that die, that is on us. Do y'all hear that? I just want to be very, very clear. Any of that is happening right now in Cuba is on us. I don't know how I'm getting that phone call right now. And what a weird thing that I'm getting that phone call right now. Hold on, guys. Just hush. Hold on. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dani.
Hey, I am live at the moment. Is everything okay?
Yeah, but I just be aware. You may be already. It looks like that the leaders are weighing in on ending the ballot COPA.
Yeah, I know. I've put up a couple of posts about it.
Okay. All right. I wasn't aware.
Yeah.
To make sure you're on top of that.
Yep, I know. It's a horrible thing. I don't think that I put up a post the other day, and I shared it in the Facebook group, and I shared it on the Kingsport Media post. And I really told people, do not fall for this. Ending the COPA doesn't mean, people think it means ballot goes away. And they don't understand it means no oversight, no restrictions, no guardrails at all. Yeah. But yeah.
When there's another hospital in here, it'll mean something.
Yeah, but you know, there's been nothing to prevent another hospital from coming this whole time. But I believe, if I am not mistaken, part of this new piece of legislation also says that if a competitor comes in, they have to be attached to or have privileges or relationship with the hospitals there. And so, for example, if this passes, it could devastate Caring Hearts. They might have to go. And so if that is, because Jeff Keeling and I spoke, and so you might want to reach out to Jeff, but that's my understanding. And if that's the case, it will actually eliminate more competition, even without the CON.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah. But I'll give you a call back when I'm not live, and we'll chat.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Okay, bye. So whenever somebody calls me back to back after I decline, I answer just to make sure nobody's dying and everybody's okay. And for the people who don't know what all of that is about, so there's a mechanism, and I'm not going to go into great detail about it today, but there's a mechanism that your state legislators can use to create something that's called a COPA. And what it will do is it can create a medical monopoly in your region. And that medical monopoly in your region is given antitrust protections from the state and the federal government. These have been throughout the country. They have one where I'm from back home. It's the largest in the country. When I found out about it and exactly what it is and how detrimental it was and the changes that they were doing, I end up, yeah, it's a horrible thing. But anyway, I ended up sharing people and sharing information, and then I ended up leading a protest against this medical monopoly and against the state legislature that created it. And like we ended up being outside of one of those hospitals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for 257 days. We went to Congress. We collected almost 30,000 signatures from local people. We delivered them to members of Congress and to the FTC and all of that. And so, like, if you were to Google Dani Cook ballad health, you will see a shit ton of that. It's a very horrible thing. And there's a new piece of legislation that is making its way through the state legislature in Tennessee. And people think that it would get rid of this medical monopoly, but it wouldn't. It would actually be even worse for the people back home. And I don't know how it's possible that it can get much worse, because what used to be hospitals that were rated 3 and 4 stars, those hospitals are now 1 and 2 star hospitals. So it is not a great thing at all. And maybe one day we'll dive into COPA legislation and what that looks like and how you can find out if your state has one, because you would be surprised. Many states have them. Whether they're utilizing them or not, they are a horrible thing, but we'll talk about them on another day. But that's what that phone call was. Thanks, tech lady. So what's up, Dolphin? So yeah, so he was just wanting to let me know that. Hey, Sissy, are you hungry? No? Okay, can you bring me the charger for my phone? Huh, babe? Okay, yeah, later on today I am. Can you bring me the charger though? All right. So now that we can carry on. Huh? Yes, you are. Okay. Can you hand me the remote, the charger, please? So this is what's funny. So y'all know my grandbabies are with me a lot. So that's my youngest grandbaby, Mila. She's 5. And so Mila, I ask her if she's hungry, and she says no. And then she says, I want some ice cream. And I said, yeah, I'm going to get ice cream later. She goes, later? I said, yeah, later, not now. Now, then she goes, okay, well, yeah, I'm hungry. Oh, so now you're ready for breakfast because you can't have ice cream. Got it, girl. I got it. You got to love that. Hey, Alex. Hey, Sissy, bring me the charger, please. You got to know how to work it with these kiddos, y'all. Okay, so I want to share with you all something that I do. Yeah, I'm not mad at her either, Lynn. It's just funny how she is. So yeah, it's always ice cream time somewhere. We are definitely an ice cream household. Sissy, yeah, just bring the whole thing over, because I need it to be plugged up to the cord. What's up, awesome, amazing. Okay, so let me share this with you all. So this clip that I saw today of you got it? Good job. Thank you, babes. Appreciate you. So the clip that I saw today of Rick Scott talking to the Code Pink people, right? So he keeps talking about Cuba is a socialist society and how horrible that is and how whatever, and do we like their government? And she kept saying, listen, it's not our position to like a government or tell people what those governments ought to be. Yeah, so just I don't know how long you're going to be gone, but just come back, because if I go there, I'm going to end up there again. Poetic chaos, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to like divert back around and then get distracted, because I want to make sure that I get through the stuff that I've got today. If you can come back later, I know today's no kings. If not, tomorrow would be great, and we can still cover it. Because the straight just isn't something that I've got a couple of things that I got to get through. I get you, Don. Yeah, I mean, I think Yeah, we know. So that's one of the things that we've talked about all of the things that come through the strait. Mr. Global joined me and we talked about it as well. So like we've talked about fertilizer, medication, the stuff, the chemicals and the resources that are needed for plastics and other things like that. Like there's a lot of things that come through the strait that people may end up not getting what they need. Yeah. So like we literally talked about it, and Mr. Global came up and talked about it. Okay. All right. So right, it was. Okay. So I want to kind of go over a little bit of this. So this conversation, yeah, you're welcome. So this conversation that I saw between Code Pink and Rick Scott, Rick Scott is asking her why did yeah, so it's Amy, it's the same thing that she just asked about. It's the same thing that she just asked about in terms of medications that come through the strait. Um, and we talked about them the other day, along with fertilizer and things for plastic and all of that. So I think that yeah. So we're going to talk about that. But yes, to long story short, yes, we've talked about it. Okay, so let me kind of because I want to stay on this track for a second. So in this clip of in this clip where Rick Scott is talking to Code Pink, he's asking them why did they stay in a 4 or 5 star hotel in Cuba? Like he literally asked that question. And she said, well, there are only 4 hotels that we are allowed to stay in according to US law. Any hotel that we stay in has to be owned by a foreign government. Every single hotel was a 4 or 5 star hotel, and the one that we stayed in was owned by Spain. She said, so you're asking me why we stayed in a 4 star hotel? And she said, my answer is because we were following US law. We were following law, right? So that's why, sir. Um, and then he talked about Cuba being this socialist country, and did she support the Cuban government? And she said it's not our place to dictate what a foreign country should be. And she said, the majority of U.S. citizens want to get along with other countries in the world, and and we want the United States to stop imposing our will on them. Yeah. And then she said, and she was talking about under Obama, Cuba had a thriving economy. They had a thriving, competitive capitalist society, right? And we devastated them with sanctions. We devastated them when Trump put them on the terrorist list, right? We did all of those things. And so Rick Scott kept going back to this scary word of socialist. Okay. And it got me to thinking about these big, bad, scary words that people throw around all the time. And I wanted to kind of really hone in on those for a second, because I find that words, this is something Ta-Nehisi Coates said, and I love this because he says words mean nothing if they don't have context. Words without context have no meaning, right? So when you just say they're a socialist, they were a socialist country, again, that has no meaning without context. And so I wanted to share with you all kind of my process and how I go about doing things. Okay. And one of the ways I do that is I will actually look up words, even words that I know. And I will look up words, and then I will look up the context of those words in different environments. You're welcome, Spider Monkey. And the reason I do that is it's never too late for nuance and clarification and a different perspective. And so even if I know the difference between socialism and capitalism and communism and whatever, I will look those words up again and then it grows and I'll show you what I mean. Okay. So my, whoops, hold on. So I'm going to share my screen over here with you guys for just a second. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So I want to show you guys this. So first things first. And I'm very specific. So, oh wait, well, I didn't start there. I ended up getting there. Is this how I started? No. Okay. So you'll see that I started with all of these different searches. I'm going to show you guys something. So, okay. So this is where I started. So I literally said capitalism definition, right? Even though I know what it means to be capitalist, I wanted to see the different definitions and the nuances that come along with those definitions, right? So capitalism, the AI overview is it's an economic system based on private ownership of the means of production, like the factories, the mines, and the businesses, and their operation for profit. But here's the other part. It says key characteristics include voluntary exchange, competitive markets, price determination specifically through supply and demand, and a focus on capital accumulation, right? So so I wanted to hone in on that because it's not just a lot of people hear capitalism and what do they hear? They hear, well, private companies own things instead of the government, but that's not the entirety of it. That's not the entirety of it. If you go to the dictionary, it says an economic and political system in which a country's trade and industry are controlled by private owners for profit. But is our trade determined by private owners? Is it? I don't think so. I think our trade is done through our government, right? So again, then I go down here to I go down here to like the International Monetary Fund, right? And theirs is different. There says in a capitalist society, it says capitalism is often thought of as an economic system in which private actors own and control property in accordance with their interests, and demand and supply freely set markets and set prices in markets in a way that can best serve the interest of society. But is that true? Is that true? No, it's not. Capitalism in the United States of America, as practiced, does not done in a way that serves the best interest of society. Our capitalism is done in a way that best serves the interest of stockholders. Right? Right. It serves the rich. So anyway, I started there because I really like to dig in and I like to look at different definitions to see all the different characteristics, because what we do a lot, you all, is we use the same word and believe that we all know what that particular word means, right? Do we not? So we all think that when we say capitalism, everybody is talking about the same thing, but they may not be. And so another, a way that I share this with people, okay? Hey, Michelle, good to see you, is so follow this. So there's this couple, and this couple is sitting down and they're talking to their therapist, and they've got a young kid and whatever else. And in this conversation, the husband says, I'd like to buy a bigger house soon. And the wife hears him say, I want to buy a bigger house soon. And her head spins and like steam comes out of her ears and it spins around in like seconds. And she's furious. What do you mean? You want to buy a bigger house soon? We can barely take care of the bills that we have now. We just had a baby 6 months ago. We just, like, she's furious, right? And so when the therapist gets them both to sit down and both to calm back down, she says, okay, Blue Honey Pot, she says, okay, I have a question for you. And she turns to the husband and she says, what does soon mean to you? And he says, I don't know, like a year and a half, 2 years from now. And she looks at the wife and she says, what does soon mean to you? And she says, 6 months or less. So there's this reaction to the word soon, but they had completely different definitions of what that word is. And what I find, especially in political conversations, is people throw around all of these words and they assume that the other person knows what that word means, but they don't, or they have differences of opinion. So when I go to talk about something, I want to make sure that we are using the same definition of that word and all of its nuances, right? Because what I would say, according to these definitions, is the United States of America doesn't practice capitalism, right? That would be my thought. And so then I went to this other look up, and so then I wanted to know. Yeah, I'm just saying. So after that, you guys, then I wanted to see, because you hear all these things about all of these other countries that practice socialism being poor. And so the automatic correlation that people make is that the cause of their poverty is that they practice socialism. Does everybody kind of agree with that? That people, because we say poor countries have socialism, that's the reason that they're poor, is because they're practicing poverty and not capitalism. But is that the case? Right? Is that the case? I would say probably not. So the next thing that I did, so then I went to, hold on a second. I got to make sure I have all my little, so this is like, it builds and builds and builds. So I went to I went to countries with socialism, right? And so it's really, really interesting. So woof. It actually lists. So it's funny because it'll say countries with constitutions recognizing a socialist ideology or led by communist parties include China, Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, North Korea. Because we know that China's not poor and destitute, right? We know that. Socialism is also associated with Russia and Venezuela and the Scandinavian countries. It's equated with Sweden and Denmark and Norway and Finland. And we all know that Norway and Finland and Denmark they always rank very high on the happiest places to live. And I think that's because immediately I go, damn, there's some cold places and then people real happy. I literally am like, damn, they got to be doing something really right, because if I was that damn cold all the time, I don't know that I could be happy. So it's just interesting when you look at these things and you see these countries, because you get China, Cuba, Vietnam, North Korea, Laos, Venezuela, Portugal, Sweden, Norway, Finland, right? And there's such a difference across the board between those places. So then what I wanted to see is exactly what's happening with countries that have poverty that aren't just socialist, right? So follow me. Because if you just look up, and I'm going to show you guys over here. Let me find you again on the screen. Here you are. Okay, so yeah, Leslie, I can't do the cold. My last duty station was Alaska, and I vowed I never want to be that cold again in my life. Yeah, girl, listen, every time I visit Michigan, Jamie, I love it. Every time I visit Michigan, I love it. And I visit in the spring, and it's still too damn cold for me. So I'm like, damn, April is still too much. I remember when I went to Alaska for the first time, and it was like in the middle of April, and there was still snow everywhere. And I was like, this is not the life for me. This is not the life for me. It cannot be. Okay. So then, okay. So that's that one that I looked up. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So then I wanted to look at, because what I didn't want to do, yes, I have visited the Great Lakes. And so let me go here with you guys. So the next thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to look at what they call high income nations, right? Have you guys heard this terminology where we talk about high income nations? Because this is when you can start to talk about comparisons with the United States of America versus other countries. Because what you will see is what typically happens is in the US, we will hear politicians and they will talk about the poorest countries in the world, or, you know, when Trump talks about shithole countries, and those countries tend to be black and brown, or they tend to be socialist or communist or whatever, but we don't talk about the places where socialism works and they are white countries, right? Like the Norway, the Finland, the Sweden. We don't talk about that. Okay. There's always this association of socialism with poverty. And as the US being so great and having high income because we have capitalism, right? Which is not true. So what I wanted to do was look up, I went high income nations, and then I wanted to know, what is a high income nation? So do you know what a high end nation is, as defined by the World Bank? The World Bank defines a high income nation is a nation with a gross national income per capita of $13,935 or more. That's wild to me, that $13,935 or more per capita is high income, because in the United States of America, that's poverty. Okay. But that's what it is, defined by the World Bank. So what should that do? That should automatically let you know that we cannot compare ourselves to other countries and in their poverty. Our poverty is not the same as their poverty, right? Although if they keep fucking around with the dollar, it might be one day, right? But just letting you know. Okay. Yep. I would round up and I'd say 14 grand. Because $13,935, I would round up and I would say 14 grand. Okay. Now, which 14 grand is questionable as to whether you can even get a decent car, right? But anyway, especially new. But anyway, okay. So then I wanted to see this: high income nations with high poverty rates. Guess who those are? High income nations, this is the overview, and then I'm going to pull up the report. High income nations with relatively high poverty rates often feature, listen to this, significant income equality. So if you are a high income nation, right, and you have high poverty rates, the reason is because typically there is a large section, a significant income equality. Does anybody know what the United States poverty rate is? It's approximately 18%. It's approximately 18%. Costa Rica is approximately 21%. And Israel is approximately 17%. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Chile is approximately 16%. So we are considered to be a high income nation, but we have an 18% poverty rate as a whole due to significant income equality. So does capitalism always work? The answer is going to be abso-fucking-lutely not. Right? Good morning, Jamel. And I think that this is really important that we start to understand these big, scary words. The US is going to become a socialist country. Well, if you ask people in Finland and Norway and Sweden, that shit works pretty well. So could we all agree that it is not about the type of society that you run, whether it's communism, socialism, or capitalism? It is about the people that are overseeing those types of systems. It is not about the type of system that you use. It is about the people that are overseeing those systems. Because if the systems are being run according to what's in the best interest of society, then the impact is going to be the same. But if the system is being run for what's in the best interest of corporations, private companies, or the government only, then it's not going to be great for the people. Right? So then I wanted to see something else. Let me see if I can find it again. Because y'all, I have several things up. Did you hear Mila? She said, "Oh my gosh." Here it is. So then I wanted to know, let me share my screen with you guys over here. So then I wanted to know, what's the word for, she said, "Oh my gosh." I said, what's the word? This is what I typed into Google. What's the word for a country where a few private companies own the major industries? That's what I wanted to know. And I learned a new word today by asking that question, because I know the word oligarch and an oligarchy, an oligarchic, right? I know that word. We hear it all the time. It's an oligarchy, right? But I had never heard corporatocracy. Had anybody else heard the word corporatocracy? Because I did not. This was a new word for me, and I got excited because I learned a new word. And so it is where, yes, you had. Love that for y'all. I had always heard the oligarchy thing, right? Corporatocracy. It is where it's a country where a few private companies control major interests and, get this, major industries, and influence the government. And to me, that's the key part. And it says this system involves high interdependence between large firms and government, often leading to anti-competitive environments. That's us. All fucking day long, y'all. We are a corporatocracy. And I think that if people used that word more than oligarch, people would get it, because the corporatocracy would connect to corporations and more people across the country would understand the problem. Anybody else agree with me? I think corporatocracy is the word that everyone should be using, especially if you're running for office. Dear God in heaven, stop fucking saying oligarch, which sounds like I should be looking for Shrek. When I hear oligarch, I feel like I should be looking for Shrek. Okay, so it's corporatocracy. So it's like corporation. Okay, so CORPOR. So corpora, Tocracy. Corporatocracy. So instead of spelling corporation, instead of the Tion, it's Tocracy. Corporatocracy. And when people see it, it automatically makes you click with corporation. Automatically. Yes, Carol, that's it. That's it. And so for me, I was like, oh my God, everyone should be using this word. There it is. There it is. Corporatocracy. Yep, Nancy D, you got it. You guys got it. So I think that it's really important when we talk about the United States of America is a high income nation. Well, we are, but does it matter if we're a high income nation with a high poverty rate due to significant income equality? Kate, I am cracking up. Does that make sense, you guys? Right? Does it matter if we're a high income nation? Does it matter if we're a capitalist nation? If we have a high poverty rate that is specifically due to significant income equality because we have corporations that are running specifically towards for profit and influencing the government. Yeah, significant income inequality. I don't know what I said, but yes, that's what I meant. Significant income inequality. It was too many N's for me just then. So the messaging that I would encourage everybody, Leslie, no, I'm not. I'm going to be working and doing some things on social media. Bella just had the CT scan of her lungs yesterday and all of that. So, and their mom works today. So I have the kids. So I'm not taking them out in the middle of all of that. And even the reason, so like Leslie and somebody else in the chat both said, it's a kleptocracy, a kleptocracy. But here's the thing. When you say klepto, it's just going to take people to stealing. I want people to, because listen, somebody else will hear kleptocracy. And when they hear kleptocracy, they're going to think, yeah, people are stealing from the government because they're not working. I want people to think about the fucking corporations. I want there to be no doubt or confusion as to who the problem is. And it's corporations. Corporatocracy. That's the word. Right? Because that messaging, but Kat, there are so many people that won't click with them. It will not click. So listen, when you have people that are so good at messaging, they are making people think horribly about, so let me tell you, let me tell you how loyal some people are. So we have a couple of things happening. You have got people that are convinced that they're either going to blame poor people, or they're going to blame immigrants, or they're going to blame Black and brown people, or they're going to blame Muslim people, right? They've got so many other people to blame, and they're not going to blame the government when the government is made up of the political party that they have chosen over the country. And make no mistake, that's where we are, folks. There are people currently that have chosen a political party or a politician over the country. So we have to call it what it is. Because then guess what we get to do? Do you want to know the dots that I would love to connect for people? Do you know the dots that I would love to connect with people? Is if I talk about a corporatocracy, right? Then I can also talk about Citizens United. Then I can talk about when the game really changed. Aziz, salam Aziz. Oh, thanks, Barry Lane. I appreciate that. Right? So it's about being able to make these distinctions in conversation. So one of the things that I keep talking to people. So somebody commented on my Facebook the other day, because like as a job description it says professional pattern disruptor, and it has said that for over a decade now, probably closer to 2 decades now. Okay. And he was like anybody needs to a professional pattern disruptor, and you're just somebody that creates chaos. And I just replied back and I said, do you know the definition of what a pattern disruptor is? Do you know what pattern disruption means? And of course, crickets is what happened. So pattern disruption is one of those things that occurs in a lot of different senses. So when you talk about it from a social media perspective, and marketing perspective, pattern disruption is the thing that keeps you from scrolling because they're interrupting your pattern, right? Pattern disruption is the thing that makes you stop a way of thinking and a thought pattern that you've normally had, right? And so the idea is we should all want to be pattern disruptors. We should all want to be pattern disruptors, and we should all want our patterns to be disrupted because it gives us an opportunity to explore things from new perspectives and not miss anything. Right? It's a beautiful thing. Disrupt my patterns by all means. My patterns have been disrupted so often, but you have to be open to the disruption and not be defensive when disruption comes. So when disruption comes, you want to be curious about the disruption. What's up, Farah? You want to be curious about this new thought, this new way of thinking, the same way you're curious about the ad that pops up that makes you quit scrolling. Be curious about information that interrupts your pattern. Be careful, be curious about those things, because that's what helps us grow. That's what gives us different perspectives. That's what takes us in a different direction. And so this is the thing that we can do. You know what I mean? So I just want to offer that to folks as a way of thought process. And so I'm looking for things that are pattern disruptions and a pattern disruption that points you in the direction I want you to go. I want you to go to the direction of corporations. I want you to go to I want you to go in the direction of millionaires and billionaires. I want you to go into the direction of corporate influence on governmental policies. I want you to go into the direction of super PACs and dark money. I want you to go in that direction because that's the real enemy. That's the real enemy. And so I want to use a word that points you where I want you to go. I could use oligarchy. I could use kleptocracy, but does it point you somewhere? I want to use the word that I believe points you in the direction to the culprit, to the problem, to the issue, to what needs to be addressed. And oligarch doesn't do that, and kleptocracy doesn't do that. Right? So yes, shits and giggle, it can absolutely tie to Israel because of the PAC money and APAC and NORPAC and J Street and Kufi. Yeah, 100%. Right, but name me Mochi. Mochi. Here's the thing though. I've got to get them to the corporations part and build from there. If I can't start, if they will blame anybody else for the kleptocracy, and they will. They've been told to blame them. Who have they been told is stealing their jobs, stealing their housing, stealing their food, stealing their health care? Who have they been told? So for me, I need to cut to the chase and tell them who the culprit is. The culprit is the corporations. Morning, Jody. Right? And so that's why that's the place where I want to start. Okay? Hopefully this helps. with kind of what I'm talking, because I literally went down this path today and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to show folks like the path that I went down to get there. But the path that I went down, I don't think a lot of people will do. How many of you all Google the words that you already know and that you believe you have an understanding of? Because that's where I started. I started with Googling capitalism and then socialism, right? Even though I know the differences, I was like, let me just see what the nuances are. Yeah, I love to use them. I love to look on them. What's up, Veronica? Because I want to see the differences, right? 100%. I love it. Because I'm always like, maybe the definition that I was taught, hey, Amy, maybe the understanding that I have isn't complete. It's not whole. Or maybe there's a nuance and there's a different context. And I go, ooh, right? And I think it's like that with most things. So I think it's like that with most things. Because follow me. I can remember when I was growing up, and I used to be even as an adult, and I would be in church on Sunday, and I might read a scripture at the age of 30 that I read at the age of 23. And in the context of being 30 and my life at 30, that scripture had a brand new meaning, right? I can read a poem at the age of 32 that I wrote when I was 25. And all of a sudden, in the new context of my life at 32, that poem has a different meaning and a different significance for what it does in my life at that time. And so I think that happens with words. I think that happens with things that we read and all of that. Right? And it's great to do, I think, you know? Yeah, Farah. So it's one of the reasons why I go back. So even though I have read the Four Agreements, right? Even though I have read Change Your Thoughts, Change Your Life by Wayne Dyer, right? Where he talks about the principles of the Tao, right? When I go back and I read them, it can be, it can be number 25, and it have a completely different meaning than the first time that I read it, because the context of my life has changed. A political myth busting segment. Is that what we're doing? Are we doing political myth busting? Is that what we're doing? But I just think that it's really important that we push ourselves, because y'all, we have to start building something new. So let me be clear. It's not just about changing what Congress looks like today. Like, that's a big part of it. We have to make sure that no, Scotty, I don't label myself in that way. I wouldn't say I'm a Taoist. I don't label. I'm like a kid in a candy store. Yeah, it's the way. Right. So the Tao literally means the way. Yeah. Buddhism is a way. Like, a lot of people don't realize that Buddhism is not a religion. It's a practice. Hey, Ash, just human. Yeah, it's a practice. It's actually not a religion, but we kind of label it as such. Right. It's a way of being. It's a practice. Yeah. So, um, yeah, I think we are having a good, right. And Taoism is not a religion either. Correct. All right. Um, moving on to some things that I know that I wanted to talk about today, in addition to the things we've already talked about today. Okay. All right. Where do I want to start? So I refer to her a lot, but I don't often, oh, wait, before I do that. Yeah, no, I only want those. I don't want those. I don't want those. I'm one of those people that actually goes and picks the cookies that I will or won't accept. I love that, Nini. Okay, so listen. So this is from Science Direct, right? And it's under the section of world development. You can actually even download the full issue. This is from 2023. Okay. And I love this study that's here. So listen to this. It is Capitalism and Extreme Poverty, a global analysis of real wages, human height, and mortality since the 16th century, right? And so it gives you a couple of highlights, and that's all I'm going to give you the highlights real quick. The common notion that extreme poverty is the quote unquote natural condition of humanity and only declined with the rise of capitalism rests on income data that does not actually capture access to essential goods. When you do not have access to essential goods, that's going to determine your poverty level in a way that it doesn't matter whether capitalism exists or not. It doesn't matter how many companies are there if I don't have access to my basic needs. If I don't have access to housing, if I don't have access to water and bread and things that are essential for my life, right? It doesn't matter if capitalism is there or if it's socialism or if it's communism. It doesn't matter, right? What's up, Adam? Data on real wages suggests that historically, extreme poverty was uncommon and arose primarily during periods of severe social and economic dislocation, particularly under colonialism. I'm going to read that again. Data on real wages suggests that historically, extreme poverty was uncommon and it arose primarily during periods. I see it. It looks really cute, sissy. It arose during periods of severe social and economic dislocation, particularly under colonialism. And here's what I love about Science Direct. It links you to these chapters that it has around the words that they are using. So if you were to click colonialism, it will take you to their page that defines and specifically talks about colonialism. And I'm just going to share a smidgen of what it says. Colonialism has been the most frequent way for one group of people to dominate another. Colonialism is the maintenance of political, social, economic, and cultural domination over people by a foreign power for an extended period. Colonialism is ruled by outsiders, but unlike annexation, does not involve actual incorporation into the dominant people's nation, right? The long control exercised by the British Empire over much of North America, parts of Africa, and India is an example of colonial domination. Colonialism has often led to indigenous peoples, such as tribal groups, to become a minority in an area they were once the majority, the dominant group. Examples of this process include the Maori of New Zealand, the First Nation people of Canada, and the Hawaiians of Hawaii, which, if you want to know, one of the first coups that we did, Hawaii, because we orchestrated a coup there. That's how we took over Hawaii. Anyway, societies gain power over a foreign land through military strength, sophisticated political organization, and a massive use of investment capital. So this is the part where I would encourage you to become critical of what's happening with the government of Israel. right? Because where does the significant capital come from where Israel is concerned? Who largely finances the government, the state of Israel? Who equips Israel to do its colonizing? That would be the United States of America. That would be us. Whether you all like it or not, what is happening in Venezuela, again, would be us colonizing. Cuba, colonizing. Right? Yeah. This belief system that we need to impose our will upon other people. And I keep telling you all, it goes all the way back to Manifest Destiny, where we believe in the United States of America that God chose us to spread two things: democracy and capitalism. Which is crazy to me, because we don't want to expand capitalism unless it works for us. We don't want to teach you capitalism so that your country can flourish independently. We want to teach capitalism in terms of us being the capitalist that profits from the change in your system in your country. We don't want to equip other countries, right? And I'm not sure how they determined that God wanted to spread democracy. I don't find that anywhere in religious text. I do not find go spread democracy in any religious text or capitalism. I believe so, living with the Louds. Yeah. Yeah. I really want you all to understand the issue is not that these other countries are shithole countries. These countries, awesome, living with Louds. Listen, many of these countries are in the state that they are in because the UK, the United States, and France and Germany have colonized them to some degree, taken control of their resources, and then give it back to them. Yeah. So hashtag project for the people. That's the hashtag. Hashtag project for the people. And if you go into the Google Drive or into the Discord, you will see a QR code there. That if you want to print that QR code out and put it on your signs, it will take you straight to the page. What's up, Bo? Okay. So I'm going to give you an example. When we are, yep, Staples is pretty cheap and easy. Sure, Mo. I haven't asked the people yet. Hey guys, how many of you guys are prepared for a Pally panel today? Or should we do a Pally panel tomorrow? Because I know it's no King's protest today. So Veronica can. Let me do this. Put a 1 in the chat if you are prepared for a Pally panel today. Put a 2 in the chat if we need to do a Pally panel tomorrow. 2 is for tomorrow. 1 is for today. Morning, Carlos. Yeah. So Mo, it'll be tomorrow and you can let people know. You see all the 2s in the chat? So, no worries, Red Hot. You know that. Okay. So let me share with you all what a Pally panel is. So, yeah, inshallah. So what we do is we have, yeah, the QR code. Yeah, I'm going to tell you what a Pally panel is. So, can somebody let me put the flyer in the link tree. Can I do that? Living with the Louds. Give me 1 second, and what I will do is I will put the flyer in the link tree, and you can go to the link tree and get the flyer, and then you can get the QR code off the flyer. let me do that real quick. Okay, so let me tell you guys what a Pally panel is. So we have lots of our friends and family. Well, they are family to us now and they live in Gaza. They live in Palestine. Okay, and what we have done. Hold on, let me open this. So what we do is we open up our panel, my panel up here, and I bring them up, and then people give them TikTok coins to help them be able to get their food and all of those other things. No worries, Beach One Wannabe. Hope your foot's getting better, but I'm going to send in an email for everybody with a link to the recording. But so what we do is because they're able to take the TikTok coins and they're able to transfer them into crypto, they can use them to buy the things that they need. Okay. So when I have a Pally panel, it is the way, yes, baby, cute, because there's not infrastructure and there's not a lot of jobs. And so a lot of them, TikTok is the only way that they can buy food and support themselves and take care of their families and pay their rent and all those things. So that's what we do. So what I ask people to do when we're going to do a Pally panel is I ask people to recharge their TikTok coins so that we can help them out. And then I bring them up on the panel. If you don't do TikTok coins, you can go to my link tree right up here. See this? There's a whole section that has direct links for you to be able to support them that way. So that's what a Pally panel is, folks. That is what a Pally panel is. Does that help? Yes, I hope so. I hope so. I hope so. Okay, so let me do this real quick. And I'm just going to do this file all by itself. 1 second, folks, and then I'm going to get back to this. You are welcome, Mo. Copy of. That's going there. Bless you, Mimi. I heard you blink, my girl. Perfect. And I am putting the link to it. Rename Project for the People flyer. Boom. Okay, and now let me do anyone with a link can view it. Boom. And I'm adding it to the link tree right now. I'm doing it, y'all. I'm doing it, y'all. Give me a second. Ugh. Because I needed to put it just all by itself. Yeah, nope, a regular link. Thank you very much. Okay, all right, so it's there. It is the second link, Living with the Louds. It's the second link in my link tree. Yeah, listen, I don't know what we're sorry about, Lanny, but yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. But I second whatever it is that they're saying. Oh, I got you. Now I see, Carol. Yes, 100%. And you need to let us know if you guys need anything. Okay. Okay. Let me go back. I'm back. Zips in. Okay. Yes, 100%, Donna. 100%. Oh, sorry, y'all. I forgot to feed the babies. I see you. Cute.
It just messed up.
Is red your favorite color now?
No.
No? Okay, because you're using it a lot. Mila changes her favorite color often. So I have to check and be like, is this your new favorite color? Because the girl does change it. All right. Other things that I know that I wanted to make sure that I talk about with you all today. Oh wait, was I finished? Oh, let me finish this last little highlights when we're talking about capitalism and poverty, right? Oh, thanks, Maj. So, the rise of capitalism from the long 16th century onward is associated with a decline in wages. Listen to this, to below subsistence, a deterioration in human stature, and an upturn in premature mortality. Did y'all hear me? Listen, the rise of capitalism from the long 16th century onward is associated with a decline in wages to below subsistence, a deterioration, thanks, Vanessa, in human stature, and an upturn in premature mortality. That's kind of crazy, right? In parts of South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Latin America, wages and or height have still not recovered from colonialism and capitalism. Where progress has occurred, significant improvements in human welfare began only around the 20th century. And these gains coincide with the rise of anti-colonial and socialist political movements.
I did orange and red.
That's cute. So again, this is a paper from Science Direct, okay? And it's an abstract study. Oh, thanks for picking that up, sissy. I'm just saying. It's got a lot of graphs and other things in it, but I just read to you the highlights. But they do a whole overview of empirical data, and it's all the way around the world and all of that. But it's wild in that in the places where they began to recover, it's in places where they began to have anti-colonial rhetoric and political movements along those lines that were anti-colonial and socialist political movements. So eat that, Rick Scott. Okay, next. I don't need this one anymore. I'm trying to close out my windows as I don't need them so that I don't continue to have a bajillion things up. I'm trying to see how I want to do these. Okay, so question.
Can I have another bar?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you may. Absolutely. She needed a granola bar. So that's for that child. That's for that child. This is for that child. Okay. Make sure they're good. Okay. So, make sure I've got them exactly right. Yes. Okay. Look at that. Go me. Okay. So, question for you guys. Dominic's in his room and, oh, you are welcome. Right. Yeah, when you can't have ice cream, you'll get a granola bar. And then Belle is on the couch. Okay. Okay, great. I fed them and we can move on. So question for you all. The two other main subjects that I have to discuss today is more things on Israel and the Israel-US war on Iran. And then I have some things about ICE. And she is Jay Bird. And so I wanted to, where do we want to go now? Do we want to stay with Israel, the US, and Iran, or do we want to go to ICE? So I'm hearing Israel, US, and Iran, right? So a lot of people are saying ICE. Okay, look at that. We'll go there and then we'll circle back around. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is I'm going to share with you. I recommend what time will the Pally start tomorrow? I typically am live at like 10 in the morning, but then I do the Pally panel like around noon so that I have time to build the room up. What's up, Jules? Okay, so I want to give you guys, so I always recommend that people read this, but I very rarely read it to you. But today I'm going to do that. So how many of you all put a 1 in the chat if you do not follow Heather Cox Richardson? Give me a 1 in the chat if you do not follow Heather Cox Richardson. Okay. Change that today. She is amazing. She is a historian and she is a political historian. And one of the things that she is fantastic at doing is she is fantastic at taking the issues of today from a historical perspective and putting everything in context together. So you can follow her on Substack, on Facebook, pretty much across the board. She is Heather Cox Richardson, and she is on TikTok. She's just brand new on TikTok. Her writings are the best though, but she's brand new on TikTok. So, and here's the other thing that I love about her. Yep, she does have a podcast too. One of the other things that I love about her is that if it is a heavy day, she will literally say in the comments, this one's heavy, save it till tomorrow. Yes, Steppensaw. That's her name. Heather Cox Richardson. I just pinned it. So she literally will tell you sometimes, hey guys, this one's really heavy. Do not read it until tomorrow. She's fantastic. She's one of the people that I like to read when I also need to get grounded. She's very thoughtful and incredible. Yeah. So I very rarely read to you one of her posts, but I'm going to do so today. And it's the one from last night. And here's what it says. Because she wrote it sometime. You followed her for 6 years. Yeah, me too. So I'm just going to read it to you. You ready? The ongoing battle over funding Transportation Security Administration, TSA agents at U.S. airports gives a detailed view of Republican governance in this era. Republicans hold a majority of seats in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. They also hold the White House. On paper, this control makes it look as if Republicans should be able to put anything they want into law. But the reality is that the extremism of President Donald J. Trump and the MAGA Republicans is so unpopular that those clinging to it are making it impossible for the Republicans to govern. Yeah. The fight over TSA funding is a case study of this dynamic. So listen to what she's saying. She is saying, listen, Republicans have control of the House of Representatives, they have control of the Senate, and they have control of the White House. So when you look at that, they should be able to do whatever they want to do, right? The problem is that the MAGA Republicans that are in Congress, right, which is different from the regular Republicans in Congress, they are holding on so desperately to the must-haves and the extremist views of themselves and Donald Trump. They are making it impossible for Republicans to actually get the things done that they want to get done. So listen, And she is saying that what happened yesterday with funding TSA is a perfect example of this. So when Congress passed the appropriations bills necessary to fund the US government for 2026, Republicans in the House passed funding for the Department of Homeland Security with a simple majority vote, and they sent the measure off to the Senate. But in the Senate, the minority can stop a measure from coming up for a vote unless 60 members agree to move it forward. Cute. I love her gloves. With this leverage, it's provided by the so-called filibuster. Democrats refused to give more money to Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, and to Border Patrol, right, which is the parent agency of ICE. No, Sam, there is a difference. Not all of them step and saw, and this is why it's important for you all to listen, because they're not all the same. So listen. So Border Patrol is the law enforcement agency of Customs and Border Patrol that has been in the news as its agents assault undocumented immigrants and U.S. citizens alike. Back in July of 2025, when they passed the budget reconciliation law that they called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, Republicans provided, listen to this number, Republicans provided $170.7 billion in additional funding for immigration and border enforcement activities. So back in July of 2025, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act included almost $171 billion in additional funding for immigration and border enforcement activities by DHS, as well as for presence of soldiers with the Defense Department also on the border. That money included $30 billion for ICE, with funding for an additional 10,000 officers. That law gave ICE a lot of leeway in spending that money. The law also included $7.8 billion for CBP, with funds to hire 3,000 new Border Patrol agents. With White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller directing immigration policy alongside then Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and her associate Corey Lewandowski, ICE and Border Patrol agents terrorized people in American cities. Their regime eventually led to the shooting deaths of 2 U.S. citizens in Minnesota, Renee Good and Alex Preddy. Daniel Lippman of Politico reported today that the stress of his job, including dealing with Miller's tirades, has led the acting head of ICE, Todd Lyons, to be hospitalized at least twice in the past 7 months. As the White House pushed ever-increasing numbers of arrests and as videos circulated of ICE and Border Patrol agents beating individuals up, Americans turned against Trump's handling of immigration. Listen to these numbers. A survey out yesterday from the Public Religion Research Institute. Listen again. A survey out yesterday from the Public Religion Research Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization researching popular opinions on topics that touch the intersection of religion, culture, and politics, showed that just 35% of Americans approve of Trump's handling of immigration, while 61% disapprove. An even lower number, 33%, hold favorable views of ICE officers, while 67% like their local police officers. 57% of Americans think sending ICE officers to places like Minnesota is making those places less safe, while only 38% disagree. And only 37% of Americans want Congress to give ICE more money, although 76% of Republicans favor increased funding for ICE. Public opposition to more funding for ICE and Border Patrol without significant changes to their behavior has put Democratic senators on solid ground to oppose funding all of DHS without a promise of those changes. Quote, in the wake of the murder of Alex Preddy and Renee Good, Democrats made it clear, no blank check for ICE and Border Patrol. Senate Democrats repeatedly tried to pass a measure, listen to this, Senate Democrats repeatedly tried to pass a measure to fund all of DHS, including TSA, except ICE and Border Patrol, which were already funded with that huge pot of money under that budget reconciliation bill of last July. But Republicans, under pressure from Trump, repeatedly voted down those Democratic attempts to fund the rest of DHS, including TSA, without funding for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. Instead, they demanded that Democrats pass the package the House had, the one with full funding for DHS, including ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. Then on Sunday, listen to this, you guys. Then on Sunday, Trump demanded the Senate add to the funding plan the so-called Safeguard American Voter Eligibility SAVE Act, a bill that would require people to show not just an ID, but also proof of citizenship to register to vote and would severely restrict mail-in voting. It would also require states to hand over their voting lists to the federal government for processing through a government database used to screen for non-citizens applying for federal programs, confusingly also called the SAVE system, although it stands for Systematic Alien Verification for Entitlements, even though that procedure has a rate of false positives as high as 14%. The Brennan Center estimates that the SAVE Act would kick at least, listen to this number, 21 million Americans off voting lists. The Brennan Center estimates that the SAVE Act would kick at least 21 million Americans off voting lists. To that legislation, 21 million, Trump has also added provisions targeting transgender Americans, apparently to appeal to his faltering base and pressure, this is Heather Cox Richardson, and pressure Republican senators to vote in favor of the measure. In order to get his wish list, Trump has called for Senate Majority Leader John Thune to get rid of the filibuster, enabling state Republicans to push through whatever they want without Democratic votes, as the Republican majority in the House can do. Yesterday, Trump posted this, quote, "When is enough for our Republican senators? There comes a time when you must do what should have been done a long time ago, and something which the lunatic Democrats will do on day one if they ever get the chance, terminate the filibuster," in all caps, "and get our airports and everything else moving again. Also add the complete, all 5 items, SAVE Act items, go for the gold, President DJT." Meanwhile, some TSA agents, unpaid for over a month, began to quit. Others called in sick, and lines in airports began to grow longer and slower. So apparently, on a whim designed to pressure Democrats, Trump sent ICE agents into 14 airports in 11 cities where, without training to do security checks, they did little to relieve congestion. The contrast of ICE agents standing around collecting paychecks while TSA agents were working without them ended up pressuring Trump rather than the Democrats. Yesterday, Trump suddenly announced he would sign an emergency order to pay TSA agents, suggesting that he could have done so all along, although it is not clear where the money will be coming from or whether moving money in the way he suggests is even legal. As soon as Trump said it would be okay to pay TSA agents, Senate Republicans agreed to pass the measure that was essentially what the Democrats called for. So at 2 a.m. this morning, they unanimously passed a measure that funds every part of DHS, including TSA agents, but does not give any more money to ICE or Customs and Border Patrol until Democrats and Republicans can agree on the reforms. Although Thune had vowed that he would see to it that Democrats don't get the reforms they want. Now listen at this. Don't start clapping yet. Don't start clapping yet, because the fuckery happened in the House. The Senate passed the measure, and then the Senate left for a 2-week break. They sent their bill to the House, which could have also passed it and then gone home. But instead, members of the far-right Freedom Caucus took a stand against the bill, apparently because they want more money for ICE and Border Patrol. They want the SAVE Act, and they want Trump's approval. So House Speaker Mike Johnson could ignore them and pass the measure with the votes of all the Democrats and most Republicans. But Johnson depends on the far right in order to maintain his speakership. So he says he will refuse to pass the Senate's measure and instead get the House to pass a 60-day continuing resolution to fund DHS at its current levels. The problem is the Senate fight has shown that Thune does not have the votes to fund ICE and Border Patrol without reforms. The Democrats in the Senate have said a continuing resolution would be dead on arrival. Right now, the Senate is on a 2-week break, meaning at least two TSA agents are facing a minimum of 2 more weeks without paychecks. Olivia Beavers of the Wall Street Journal reported that when a representative asked Johnson if the Senate had agreed to come back to deal with a new measure from the House, Johnson answered, quote, "The Senate went dark and did not communicate with us." It's so maddening, Kasten wrote on social media. Government workers should be paid. You shouldn't have to wait on lines in airports or worry about Coast Guard preparedness or whether FEMA can handle the next disaster. But you do because of the utter lack of character in Republican leadership. Representative Jim McGovern said, quote unquote, "What the hell are you guys doing?" when he was on the floor of the House. Everyone knows the bill could pass with a large majority if Johnson would bring it to a vote, he said. Freedom Caucus members, quote, "don't care about governing. They only care about writing another blank check for ICE or getting a shout out on some batshit crazy right-wing podcast," end quote. And so TSA agents will not get paid unless Trump's executive order goes into effect, taking the power to appropriate funds, a power that the U.S. Constitution gives to Congress alone, and handing it to the president. For years, the far right has insisted that it, and only it, knows how to govern because its ideology is the only legitimate way to look at the world. The fight over funding for TSA illustrates on a micro level how lawmakers who ignore the real world to cleave to an ideology strengthen authoritarianism. But these days, the dangers of clinging to the far right ideology are around us at the macro level as well. I see. We are almost 4 weeks into a war with Iran, starting without input from Congress by a president who is now contemplating sending soldiers to fight in a conflict he is eager to put into the rearview mirror. Trump, quote unquote, is getting a little bored with Iran, a senior White House official told Jake Traylor of MS Now. Quote, not that he regrets it or something. He's just bored and wants to move on, end quote. That is a senior White House official quoting that. As the strangling of the Strait of Hormuz sends oil prices skyrocketing, though the global economy is not moving on. Today, another dramatic drop in the stock market put the Dow Jones Industrial Average down more than 10% since February, and the NASDAQ 100 down more than 10%, while the S&P 500 is shaping up to have its worst month since 2022. I'm going to now share with you the article from Politico that she referenced. And I'm not going to read the entire article to you, but I will put these things up. It is absolutely crazy. So Politico is one of the places that I do rely on for solid information. Politico, ProPublica, Al Jazeera, English, Drop Site News. Those are the most ones that I can think of. So listen at this. Acting head of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Todd Lyons, has been hospitalized at least twice for stress-related issues as he has carried out President Donald Trump's aggressive immigration agenda, strain that has caused him to struggle to make key decisions for the agency, according to 2 current and 2 former administration officials. The hospitalizations took place over the last 7 months. In one incident in December, his security detail drove him to a hospital in Washington, and he was admitted overnight, according to 1 former and 2 current administration officials. During an episode in September, the 3 people said he was hospitalized for at least 1 night. A separate incident in Los Angeles over the summer, he became so distressed when ICE agents couldn't locate a migrant on their target list after a ride-along with a top administration official that one of his bodyguards took a portable defibrillator from a nearby government office to Lyons in case he needed medical intervention. Yes, Zeteo too. Zeteo. During these episodes, the current and former officials said they saw Lyons break into a full sweat with his face turning deep red. They attributed the source of the pressure to ramp up deportations to the White House and top advisor Stephen Miller, who yelled at Lyons during morning phone calls with administration officials, according to 4 people who were actually on those calls. One deputy official said he disagreed, that Stephen Miller was just passionate. Miller did not request for comment on this article. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, that's Iran. That's Iran. Okay, here's the other ICE article that I wanted to show you guys. It is from ProPublica, and the headline is going to astound you. An ICE contractor is worth billions, and it's still fighting to pay detainees as little as $1 a day to work. Mimi, grab the door. Happy Saturday, Sylvia. Right, Jody. No, I don't know him, Donna. What, baby? Get your breakfast. Okay, so listen to this, you guys. So Geo Group, capital G, capital E, capital O, Geo Group, whose stock is valued at $4 billion, says that the state minimum wage laws don't apply to the cleaning services that they ask migrants to do. And so, because of that, they have asked these detained migrants to clean the detention centers where they are being detained. I just want you all to sit with that for a little bit, because I want you all to realize that these people are being forced into slave labor, essentially, and that violates the 13th Amendment because they have not been convicted of any crime. They have not been convicted of any crime. They have not had due process. This is a constitutional violation, period. There's no way around that at all. Ezra. Hold on, guys. Let me hand the kiddos their food. This is you. Mimi. Girl, don't be so crazy.
That's being silly.
You're being silly. Yes, you are being silly. You are. Where's Bella?
Bella's is using the bathroom.
Okay. When she gets here, tell her food is here. Here, sissy. You need 2 hands. Hello, Dana Shank from Denmark.
Leaving my phone.
Mila, now come get this out of my hand. Okay, so I'm going to finish this article for you guys, okay?
Guys.
Okay, little girl, come get your food. Okay. The for-profit prison company, GEO Group, has surged in value under President Donald Trump. Investors are betting big on immigration detention. Its stock price doubled after Election Day in 2024. But despite its soaring fortunes, the $4 billion company continues to resist having to pay detainees more than $1 a day for cleaning facilities where the government has forced them to live. At the 1,575 bed detention center GEO runs for Immigration and Customs Enforcement in Tacoma, Washington, detainees once prepared meals, washed laundry, and scrubbed toilets, doing jobs that would otherwise require 85 full-time employees, the company estimated. The state's minimum wage at that time was $11 an hour. It's now $16.66. In 2017, Washington sued GEO to enforce it. And in October 2021, a federal jury ruled unanimously in the state's favor. This year, GEO and Washington are back in court for a third time as the company tries to reverse the earlier decision that sided with the state. GEO has brought in contract cleaners at the Tacoma facility while the case plays out, keeping detainees there from paid work and from having a way to earn commissary money. The legal battle has national repercussions as the number of ICE detainees around the country rises to its highest levels in 5 years. The vast majority are held in private facilities that are run by GEO or corporate competitors like Core Civic. If following state minimum wages becomes the norm, Trump's immigration crackdown could cost the country even more than it otherwise would. Because unless private detention centers absorb the cost themselves or decide to cut back on cleaning, which Tacoma detainees have already accused GEO of doing. GEO frames the lawsuit as a fight over the federal government's authority to make the laws of the nation. Multiple courts have decided that the Fair Labor Standards Act, which sets the federal minimum wage, does not apply to detained migrants. At issue in the Tacoma case is the state minimum wage. Quote, simply put, we believe the state of Washington has unconstitutionally violated the supremacy clause of the United States Constitution, is what GEO said in a news release. The company did not respond to a request for comment from ProPublica, of course. ICE and Core Civic also declined to comment. GEO's latest legal salvo came last month. A 3-judge panel at the 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals had recently affirmed the lower court's rulings. GEO had to pay state minimum wage at the Tacoma facility. The company was also ordered to hand over $17 million in back wages, plus $6 million for quote-unquote unjust enrichment. The combined penalties amount to less than 1% of GEO's total revenues in 2024. Rather than pay up, GEO petitioned on February 6th for a rehearing by the full 9th Circuit. In the news release, it vowed to, quote unquote, vigorously pursue all available appeals. Now, it isn't that GEO lacks the ability to pay. The company has made clear in legal filings its gross profit from its Tacoma facility, which is today called Northwest ICE Processing Center, was about $20 million a year when Washington filed its lawsuit. The company told a judge in 2021 it could, quote, pay the judgments 20 times over, end quote. The real issue is the precedent that this Tacoma case would set. GEO, which manages 16 ICE detention facilities across the country, faces similar lawsuits in California and in Colorado. The California case is also before the Ninth Circuit, and it's on hold pending the outcome of the Washington case. Colorado's is winding its way through a lower court. GEO is expected to fight the case all the way to the Supreme Court if needed. If eventually forced to pay state minimum wages across the country, the company could decide to pay detainees more or else hire outside employees at all its locations, either of which would potentially eat into its profits, stock price, and dividends. Yep, corporatocracy, Carol. The company also could try to renegotiate its long-term contracts with ICE for a higher rate of reimbursement. Or GEO could respond to higher labor costs another way. After the jury decision against it in 2021, the company actually paused its voluntary work program rather than pay them the minimum wage. Some people could no longer afford to make phone calls to families because that's the only way that they needed money. That's the only way that they could get money. So they had to take the quote unquote voluntary work program, even though it wasn't voluntary if they wanted to be able to afford commissary or to talk to their loved ones. After that sudden stoppage, one of the detainees said that the facility, quote unquote, got really gross, quote unquote, nobody cleaned anything. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to share this with you all, because it's absolutely asinine and crazy. Corporations like GEO and Core Civic are disgusting, in my opinion, right? I just cannot handle if you all want to know, so you know Core Civic is part of ALEC. And if you want to know how we got a lot of our legislation and the things around for-profit prisons, you can look squarely at Core Civic. If you want to get a better picture of that, I recommend going to YouTube or Netflix and watching a documentary called 13th, as in the 13th Amendment. Okay? They have them across the country, Jody. I don't know where all of them are. Yes, Core Civic, except they say it as one word. Yep, that's who they are, Jay Bird. Core Civic. Core Civic and GEO Group are two of the largest for-profit prison systems in the country, and they are disgusting. They are disgusting. In my opinion, they operate their businesses like terrorists do. Just saying. I'd have to look them all up right now just to get up-to-date information as to who they are. Yeah, but what I would encourage you to do is I would encourage you to look at their campaign donations, which we can do that one day. How about that? All right. So for this last little bit of time that we have together, I don't know how long it's going to be because I don't have a hard stop, but I want to get through the rest of these things. And one of them ties back to something that I talked about earlier when somebody was running their mouth saying dumb shit. Ganelle, it's different. And no, a president just can't randomly do that. It would have to be a legal process. And it would have to come through one of our governmental agencies. They would have to find some sort of, whether it's consumer price, the Consumer Protection Agency, whether it's the FTC, whether it's whatever. It is recorded, Freddie, and I'll get an email out between today and tomorrow for everybody with a link to the recording. I will also preface sending you all this link. I'm going to have to cut part of the meeting because somebody thought it would be a great idea to register and come into the meeting and then take themselves off mute and yell nigger, 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 all that stuff. And so, yeah, I'm going to cut that out. You too, Carla. But that's something that they thought would be funny to do, which I want people to understand that, folks, if you're not aware of this, if you are a young individual and you are playing around on social media, okay, and you then go from my social media to registering for my workshop, to getting my email, to then coming into a meeting that I'm hosting to yell racial slurs when we are talking about politics, you then are bordering on the line of not only harassment, but you are bordering on civil rights intimidation. Because what we are doing is politically oriented, and because we are talking specifically about politicians and that, what you are doing is considered civil rights intimidation. So what you would need to understand is that even if you use a fake email address, you can still be identified. Even if you used a fake email address to log on, you can still be identified. Now, how do I know about harassment and civil rights intimidation? Because the last person who thought that they would do this to me, I actually documented all of the things that they said and did. I then pulled the state legislation, the state law that was applicable. I then sent all of it to the DA's office. I then testified before the grand jury. They then were indicted for both harassment and civil rights intimidation. And then they were convicted and are now a convicted felon. So here's what I would say to you: fuck around and find out. Okay? Just saying. Just saying. Fuck around and find out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a felony. Yes, it is. It is a felony. Civil rights intimidation is a felony. And fuck around and let me be in a state that also has hate crime laws, because the state that I was in at the time doesn't have one. Some states do have hate crime laws. And because you're fucking around and you're doing, here, baby, there's your, hi, my babes. Here is your breakfast. Yeah, so you have to understand that there's all kinds of other things that go into it when you are using electronic communications. If you are using electronic communications and we're in different states, then that also opens up other federal laws, right? So just letting you know, I am someone who will absolutely do those things to make sure that you understand what is not appropriate behavior. I am. So he can put his name on the money, Bab, but he can't put his face. Yeah. So, yeah. Just letting you know.
Oh, yeah. You can handle it.
Okay. All right. Fuck around if you want to. But that's what will absolutely happen.
Well, can you get my belt
Yeah, you too, Maureen.
right now?
Let me just look real quick. Okay. I just wanted to look at something real quick. All right. Whew. All right, here we go. Let me make sure. Okay, so I'm done with that one about ICE. I am done with this one about ICE. I'm not covering that today. I am covering that. All right. So this next part is going to be the majority of this next part is going to focus on the war, the Israeli-U.S. war against Iran, Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine, and Israel's attacks on Gaza and Lebanon. Hey, Angel. And so there's a lot to talk about. So listen, so let me just tell you guys something. Every time we have an administration change, the name on dollar bills change. What it's typically always been is the treasurer, right? And then whoever the secretary of the treasury is. It's always been those two names. In this case, they're going to leave one of the names and then replace the other one with Trump's name. So his name will not be the only signature on it. His will be the signature that's on the left side of the bill. And in 2028, when there's another president, they'll change those names again and it won't be there. Okay. So what I would say, this is just my opinion, you all. Yeah, no, it's not. And so the other thing is that, so for me, guys, this is a distraction. And this is one of the things that this is something that they are doing to appease him. You got to remember that the way that they are getting Trump to do all of these things is for his legacy. Okay. And so this is a number 3, and it doesn't really impact anybody and it doesn't change anything. Hey, Texas, good to see you. You know what I'm saying? No other president in history has done this. No other president in history has ever put their name on a dollar bill. The discussion around it is that it has always been thought of as being something that is in opposition to what this American experience, this American experiment was supposed to be. It was thought to be something more of like the monarchy does and dictatorships, and it was supposed to be the antithesis of what the American experiment is. So no other country has ever done that. Okay. All right. Next. Now, I'm going to give you guys just a couple of things so that everyone knows. All right. This may be something that is heavy. It is heavy. It is heavy. So I'm just going to give you that kind of warning up front, that it's heavy. Okay. And that you kind of are ready for it, because we are going to be talking about, the government of Israel. We are going to be talking about, Lebanon, Gaza, and those types of things. Okay. All right. I'm trying to pick where I want to start with this. So I'm going to start on the not so heavy side. How about that? And we're going to talk about, you know, how we have discussed our relationship with Israel, and the chasm that it is causing within MAGA. And we have talked about how a lot of MAGA men who have bought into the America First agenda are not happy with what appears to be an Israel first agenda, right? You know how we've talked about that. So you all know that CPAC is happening right now. Do you all know that? So CPAC is happening right now. And this is one of the rare times that Donald Trump is not actually appearing at he's not appearing at CPAC. He spoke last year. He is not speaking this year. Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yes, they do have low attendance. And what I would also say, good morning, Wasim. What I would also share with you is that it's very different this year than before. And a lot of people aren't liking the place where we are at. Okay. So CPAC is the Conservative Political Action Conference. So I think one time where I think it was at CPAC, I believe it was at CPAC where they had the golden statue of Trump. I believe that was CPAC where they had the golden statue of Trump that one year. Yeah. So so the turnout this year isn't what it previously is. Oh yeah, y'all, people were taking pictures with it. Mm-hmm. Like the golden calf. Absolutely. So, this is another political article that is awesome. And I want to share it with you because Politico is down there at CPAC covering the conference this week and also talking to people and how they feel about certain things about where we are. Okay. So listen to this. Here's what it talks about. Joseph Bullock feels betrayed by President Donald Trump. And it's because of the war in Iran. Should I repeat that opening sentence for anybody? Joseph Bullock feels betrayed by President Donald Trump, and it's because of the war in Iran. The 30-year-old Iraq and Afghanistan war veteran voted for Trump in 2024. But at the annual Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, gathering this week, he sported a hat emblazoned with, quote unquote, America First, a slogan that Trump championed during his campaign, along with the promise to not start new wars in foreign countries. Quote unquote, he's lied about everything, said Bullock. Quote, if you go into a war where there's no end game, how is it going to end? There's no clear objective, end quote. Bullock is part of a cohort of young MAGA loyalists who are increasingly frustrated with Trump over the war in Iran. While Trump's decision to join Israel in attacking Iran has rallied war hawks and his older supporters, it has alienated many of the young men who swung toward the GOP in 2024. That split is resonating among not only the rank and file, but also conservative media influence and some corners of the White House. The generational divide was on stark display at CPAC, the annual conservative base rally and gathering, where some young MAGA loyalists expressed deep frustration and even anger at the Trump administration's choice to reignite conflict in the Middle East. 1 month into the war, Trump's shaky ground with young men threatens to fracture an already fragile GOP coalition ahead of a hostile midterm in November. At the conference in North Texas, some attendees carried around Iranian flags. I just want you all to comprehend what I'm saying. At CPAC, some attendees carried around Iranian flags, pledging loyalty to the U.S. mission overseas, while others donned America First hats and preached out the need for anti-interventionism. Quote, Trump and Republicans in general are going to have major issues in the midterms and in 2028 if we can't wrap this up in a relatively quick amount of time, said 21-year-old Andrew Belcher, president of the Ohio College Republicans. He added that Trump is, quote, doing relatively poorly, end quote, with hype online young men who are influenced heavily by media figures like Tucker Carlson and other isolationists in the GOP. A Politico poll this month found that Trump voters largely continue to back him, but men who self-identified as quote unquote MAGA Republicans and voted for Trump in 2024 are deeply split by generation over their trust in the president and their view of the war, especially if the number of U.S. casualties rises. The contrast was striking, even with the larger margins of error that come from the smaller sample sizes. More than 70% of those over 35 believe Trump has a plan, compared with 49% of those under 35. A 66% majority of older MAGA men are willing to sacrifice American lives in order for the U.S. to achieve its goals in Iran, compared with less than half of younger MAGA men who say the same. And the younger men are significantly less likely to say the war is aligned with MAGA principles and in the interest of American people. Some of the most prominent MAGA voices are opposed to the Iran war, like Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly, along with influential figures like Joe Rogan, who holds tremendous sway with young men. There's even growing consternation among younger, more right-wing White House staffers, said one person familiar with the dynamics who was granted anonymity to discuss them. Quote, they're very frustrated. They didn't love the war to start with. And since it began, the constantly contradictory messaging from the president himself is just brutal. Brutal for staff to deal with and making their life really hard. He puts his people in a really tough position, especially people who are public facing, end quote. White House spokesperson Davis Ingle said, quote, what matters most to the American people, including young men, is having a commander-in-chief who takes decisive action to eliminate threats and keep them safe, which is exactly what President Trump is doing with the ongoing successful Operation Epic Fury. Part of CPAC's intent, a hallmark grassroots gathering that has been held for more than 50 years, is to hype up conservatives, a particularly important mission for party leaders in critical election years. If Republicans want to prevent Democrats from flipping the House this midterm cycle, they need to ensure they don't lose any gains they made with key parts of their coalition in 2024, namely young men. Quote unquote, we need you, said former RNC chair Michael Whatley, who was running for Senate in North Carolina. Quote, we need every conservative, every Republican, every patriot across this country to focus on two things: get out the vote and protect the ballot. Mercedes Schlapp, who's a senior fellow for the CPAC Foundation, opened Thursday's session by pleading with the conservatives to remain united. Quote, we cannot divide from within, she cautioned themselves. But interviews with a dozen young men at CPAC revealed broad concern that Trump is imperiling the U.S. economy, which has seen spiking gas and fuel prices caused by the war. Quote, a lot of the young generation feels that there's just not a lot of hope for the economy, said a 30-year-old attendee who was granted anonymity to speak freely about party dynamics. On stage and in hallway conversations, older attendees celebrated Trump for ending what they called a 47-year conflict in Iran, marked by the death of Iran's supreme leader. A panel featuring Iranian women speaking about human rights abuses was met with loud cheers from the audience. scores of mostly older conservatives milled about wearing shirts with the image of exiled Iran Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who is set to speak at the conference on Saturday. Quote, I believe President Trump's shock and awe is what they needed, said Lawrence Liggis, a 63-year-old conservative Chicago activist who was pardoned by Trump for his charges related to the January 6th insurrection. Quote, young MAGA is causing this divide because they're concerned about being drafted, end quote. Multiple speakers on stage, both directly and indirectly, roasted online influences for their opposition to the war. Conservative political commentator Josh Hammer blasted Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly in particular as quote unquote doomsayers. In his speech, former Florida GOP Representative Matt Gaetz told the audience that, quote, dissent and disagreement has to be allowed. Tucker Carlson isn't going anywhere. Quote, a ground invasion of Iran will make our country poorer and less safe. It will mean higher gas prices, higher food prices, and I'm not sure if we would end up killing more terrorists than we would create. That was Matt Gaetz. Holy geez, folks. For those of you all who don't know, right, where we are at this point is at least 13 of our bases in the Gulf Coast region have been struck and damaged. Some of them significantly damaged to the point where they are in there. You're unable to live in them. They're unlivable, inhospitable. That's the word I was going to say. Okay. And some of our troops are now having to stay in hospitals. It's really wild, folks, to know what's now happened in Saudi Arabia. All right, Witch, appreciate you. So Israel struck Iran's nuclear facilities after threatening to quote unquote escalate and expand its campaign inhabitable. Thank you all. Jeez, oh Pete, my brain. Its campaign against Tehran on Friday. Iran vowed to retaliate and struck a base in Saudi Arabia, wounding U.S. service members and damaging planes. So let me say this part again, folks. So Triple S, please don't spam like that in the comments, okay? So understand, Israel struck Iran's nuclear facilities. I said hotels, right? My brain. So Iran vowed to retaliate, and then they struck a base. I said hospitals. Jesus Christ, did I? Am I reading while I'm talking? Maybe. Oh my God. The bases are inhabitable and the folks are in hotels. Jesus. This is how tired I am. Y'all, I should have finished my Red Bull before I got online, right? Holy crap. Uninhabitable. Shut up, Julie. Hush. Okay. But it damaged some of our planes and wounded several U.S. service members. A month into the war, however, this is also on Politico, okay? There appeared to be a breakthrough as Tehran agreed to allow humanitarian aid and agricultural shipments through the strait. They accepted a request from the UN. Ali Bahrani, the Iranian ambassador to the United States in Geneva, said that Iran agreed to, quote unquote, facilitate and expedite such movement, even as it endures strikes on its nuclear facilities. So let me just say this to you all. While we talk about Iran being full of terrorists and them being this terrorist place, right? That's all you keep hearing coming from the White House and Republican members of Congress, right? What does it say about Iran that they are willing to allow shipments of humanitarian aid to come through the strait, when the United States of America and Israel blocks humanitarian aid and shit to Cuba and to Gaza? Like Iran has allowed humanitarian aid and agricultural shipments to go through the strait, but Israel blocks humanitarian aid to Gaza, right? And the United States of America blocks stuff from reaching Cuba. I would argue, you all, that it's literally the opposite of what is being said. I don't know what to, like, this idea. And let me just tell y'all, because y'all know me, I have to call a thing, okay? This is part of the Islamophobia that this country likes to push. And this idea that Islam equals terrorists, equals abuse of women, when in reality, it's exactly the opposite. In reality, it's exactly the opposite. And it's really important for people to know that. And I want to be clear about something. In every major religion, right, you will find extremists. We have Christian extremists in the United States of America right now. They're in the White House. They're in Congress. They're in major corporations. We have Christian extremists in this country right now. We want to complain about Islamic law, right? But yet we want to put Christianity into our laws. We would have a fit if we talked about putting the Quran into classrooms, but they want to put Bibles into classrooms. You want to put Turning Point USA into public school systems all across the country, which is far right extremism. And I think it's very important that people understand that Christianity does not get a pass. And anytime somebody talks to me about Islamic extremism, Islamic terrorism, I am going to call out Christian extremism and Christian terrorism. And there is a direct intersection of Christian extremism and white nationalism and white supremacy. Those things they intersect. Much of the homophobic rhetoric that comes here, it tickles me when people go, well, what about LGBTQIA people in Palestine? And I go, what about LGBTQIA people here? Can you stop worrying about other countries and can we worry about our own? Because how is that community treated here? How is that community treated by a lot of churches? How many Christians do we know that kick out their children or who disown them because they come out? Right? I would hazard a guess that most of the people that have something negative to say about Islam don't know anyone that actually practices it. Salam Muhammad Osama. I would bet. And the reason I can say that is I literally have friends that practice Islam. And the goal of Islam is peace. And the only time the goal becomes anything different is if literally people are trying to unalive them. Like that's literally the goal. You know? So I really think that it's important to be able to say that. What's a good way to support Palestine? There's lots of different ways. So Soy Mary, one of the things that we do here is I have a Pally panel for folks that are in Palestine that we know. And so people will gift them TikTok coins because they can convert them into cryptocurrency and they can use them to buy food and clothes and things that they need. I also have direct links in my link tree. If you don't want to donate directly through those, there's also Calamantina, which is also in my link tree, which is a US based nonprofit that delivers food. They have a website here on TikTok, a TikTok account and a website where you can see the things that they do. So if you want a tax deduction, or if you don't want to donate directly through somebody's link, then and you want to do it through an organization, then you can use Calamantina. Their link is also in my link tree. So those are some of the ways. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be more secured through charity donations. Many of the Palestinians that come on my page, we know personally. Like I do video calls with them. And charitable organizations don't necessarily always get the money where it's supposed to go. There's been tons of charitable organizations throughout years that have used the plight of Black and brown people to make a lot of money for a lot of people here in the States, and the support not actually reach them. So, and what I have found is the most immediate way to support them has been through their links. You know, when Israel is bombing North Gaza and people need to get a car and get transportation and get south, the most direct way we could do that was sending the money directly to them. Yeah. So, no, it's not more secure. I can say Calamantina is run by Palestinian Americans, and they are a nonprofit here, and they actually put up what they do with their services. And I know the people that run Calamantina personally. That's why they're in my link tree. Every link that's in my link tree are people that I know personally. So, and like I said, there's different ways. The direct link is it. And then the reason why the coins on TikTok are helpful is because they can immediately transfer those to crypto and use it, you know, fairly quickly to get what they need. I need for you all to understand is that the majority of Palestinians, 80% of the country, does not have the ability to work anymore. There are no hotels to work in. They're like the infrastructure, it's gone. And it's only the rich people in Palestine that are still rich, as always, right? Rich people be rich people in wherever they are. But I just really need to be clear and point out the hypocrisy between what Israel is doing by blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza, by not allowing people out to get the medical treatment that they need, right? Compared to Iran allowing agricultural and humanitarian ships to go through the strait. One is humane, the other is not. Right. And they are. So it's just very important for me. Somebody the other day said, you've got to be a Muslim. And actually, I'm not. I don't have to be a Muslim to be able to respect other people's religion. Oh, thanks, Titus. Appreciate that. Right. I don't have to be a Muslim to not buy into Islamophobia. I don't have to. And when people say, so let me just, I'm going to offer you all this. For those of you all that have either said or you've heard people say, have you forgotten about 9/11? Right? And you are the same people that say, how long ago was the civil rights movement? You don't want us to remember being hosed in the streets, beaten by police officers, beaten with batons, not being able to ride the bus. You don't want black and brown people to remember that. You don't want black and brown people to being lynched in the streets or any of that, but you want to always and never forget. You want to never forget 9/11. You do not want to be judged by the acts of just a partial group of white people. You don't want all white people to be judged by the actions of a good portion of white people, but you want to judge every Muslim, right? It's that selective memory that you have that I have an issue with. And quite frankly, I think we should never forget and always forgive. Why should we never forget? Because we learn from the past. So we should never forget anything. So that means we should never forget what the United States of America has done to indigenous people. We should never forget chattel slavery in the United States of America and how it was vastly different than slavery in other parts of the world. We should never forget that our country fought against giving us our rights. We should never forget what it took for us to be able to drink from a water fountain, sit at a table in a restaurant, or be able to walk through the front door. We should never forget. We should never, ever forget that we are blocking aid into Cuba. We should never forget what we've done to Venezuela and Latin America. We should never forget what we've done to Africa and the Middle East. We should never forget the way our politicians have sold us out for corporations. We should never forget how the Supreme Court said that corporations had as much value as we do. We should never forget. We should always remember so that we can create something different. So, it's interesting to me, the things that people tell us to get over and forget, and the things that you want to hold on to. I'm just saying. Because I'm going to tell you some of the people who I'll tell you some people that will never, ever forget September 12th. That would be Hindu people and Sikh people and Indian people and all types of people. Brown people that looked in any way, shape, or form like they might be Muslim. Those people in the United States of America will never forget September 12th. When people say we've never been more together and unified than during 9/11, I beg to differ. We were not. Maybe white America was. White America was unified. Brown America was not. Not only were they persecuted, some of them were actually killed. There were people that lost their fathers after that. There were people who lost friends because the parents of those children would no longer let their children play with them anymore. You all, this is why diversity is so important. Because if you don't know anybody that practices Islam, if you don't know anybody that's Hindu, if you don't know anybody that's a Buddhist, if you don't know anybody, then you don't know what they've experienced. You don't have access to their perspective. That's what diversity offers to you. It offers to you someone else's perspective of the same circumstances, of the same event. Y'all ever sit around, if you've got siblings, have you ever sit around as siblings and had a conversation and wonder how all three of you all experienced your parents and your home differently? I was reading an article, I'm not right now, Has that not ever been interesting to you? How even siblings have different perspectives of their family and their home? That's because we all have different lenses. We had the same parents, but we have those parents at different places and stages in their life. An older sibling might have had children, might have experienced parents when they were younger, right? A younger child is going to experience parents when they're older. Those parents hopefully would have changed over that time. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, boxer mom. But you know what I'm saying, you all? Diversity is important because it allows access to different perspectives. Nance, I don't know. I would recommend that he call and check. So anyway, I really wanted to offer that to you all. Oh no, those were my words on 9/12. That wasn't an article. Appreciate you, DJK. Yeah, that was just me, boxer mom. That's not an article I was reading. If you ever want to look it up, just do a Google search of hashtag after September 11th or hashtag September 12th. You will see tons of posts across social media. I have shared them. Let me see if I can find one that I've shared over the years. But give me a second. Dani Cook. Yep, here we go. It's crazy how I find my own shit. So the way I find some of the things that I've posted is I literally do a search of myself and my posts on Facebook. But I'll show you. I want to show you all something. So I put up this post, and this is from 2020. So I'm going to show you. You ready? So this is my Facebook, this Dani Cook right here. And see how it says, I chose not to post anything related to the tragedy of 9/11 yesterday. It was a horrific day for millions. I had family in New York and an Army comrade I loved dearly working in the Pentagon that day. It is impossible to forget 9/11 and the experience of it. Yesterday, I saw many posts telling us to quote unquote never forget. I also saw posts that said people miss September 12th, this day that the country was so quote unquote unified, and it didn't matter if people were gay, Democrat, Republican, etc. It's not true though. The entire country wasn't unified. There were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Muslims and people thought to be Muslims harassed, bullied, threatened, assaulted, and killed. Islamophobia caused the terrorizing of innocent people, and it was normalized and justified. Please read this post in the manner it is intended. I remember 9/11 and I honor those that lost their lives, the first responders, law enforcement officers, the medical professionals, the firefighters, and many more who sacrificed on that day to save lives. I also remember and respect those lives that were dramatically affected on September 12th and every day since. If you would like to gain a better perspective, search the hashtag after September 11 on Twitter or Facebook to read more stories like these. For all of you who've been posting quote unquote all lives matter these last 4 months, hopefully you mean Muslim lives too. So this is one that says, after September 11th, our mailbox was smashed and my mom was spit on and called a sand N-word in the grocery store. After September 11, my school was surrounded by cops because people were sending unaliving threats to us. I went to a Muslim pre-K. After September 11, a man I talked to almost daily was unalived in his gas station due to racial profiling, and his family have refused to wear their traditional clothes since due to fear. After September 11, I was slapped, hit, and called a terrorist on the school bus by 3 white boys. The school did nothing. I threatened to file a lawsuit, and then the school had the boys write an apology letter. One of them lived next door, and I was scared ever since. I was 12. After September 11th, I woke up to a white man trying to get into my open bathroom window with an assault rifle on his back. After September 11th, my mom stopped wearing her hijab because she was called a sand N-word and spit on. My dad was kept overnight by the police with no way to contact us and ask if he had connections to terrorists over an unpaid speeding ticket. After September 11th, my sister woke up to Islamic graffiti on her house and car. My aunt had her windshield smashed by a white guy while she was waiting at a red light. My cousin's wife was almost driven off the road. 2 guys pulled off the hijab of an elderly neighbor. After September 11th, I didn't know this until I turned 12. My dad changed his name from Mohammed to Simon. I'm almost 18 now. After September 11th, my dad's best friend was kidnapped off the street and interrogated by the FBI. After September 11th, 7-year-olds, we can't be friends because my mom says you need Jesus. 10 years old, are y'all, part of ISIS? 11 years old, will your parents be forcing you into an arranged marriage with an older man? Those things were asked by a former friend, a bus driver, and a teacher. After September 11th, my favorite memory is getting called a terrorist in the parking lot of a grocery store, my aunt begging her daughter to remove her hijab because she feared for her safety, and a family member being killed in the Christchurch, New Zealand shooting. My mom, 6-year-old sister, and I were held in an interrogation room of sorts at the MSP airport because my mom was talking to my sister and I about what we had planned for the day, all in Spanish, and a white lady felt threatened. We were there for 8 hours. Like I said, I post this every couple of years so that people understand we were not all unified after September 11th. Oh, Donna told me to tell you, hey, DJK. She's DJ 7th. So she wanted me to tell you hi. That's her TikTok name is DJ 7th. He said hello with a heart, Donna. I say this because I think that people need this perspective. I think that people need this perspective, and they need to think of something outside their singular experience and what life is like for other people. It's why it's why I really talk about the things that I talk about. I don't have any hatred for anybody that practices any particular religion. I do have extreme dislike for governments and institutions that hurt people intentionally. I do. Hey! What was that? Okay, but is that how we behave?
No.
Come, hey. Do you want to lose your privileges today? Then you need to take it down a notch. What do you need to do when you have big emotions? Calm down. And how do you need to calm down? Huh?
Breathe in and breathe out.
Okay, you need to breathe in and breathe out. So why don't you do that? Why don't you breathe in and breathe out so that you can calm down? You got it? Okay. Grandbabies, y'all. Grandbabies, y'all. You're welcome. I can't surf good. Yeah. Like, for me, I think, I get it because I think about when we go outdoors, right? There are studies that will show you that Black girls, little Black girls, are overly sexualized in schools, right? That's a thing. We understand what the school to prison pipeline is. I understand what driving while Black is. So I understand what shopping wearing a hijab would be like, right? I understand the dangers that come from simply existing. And unfortunately, we live in a country that exacerbates that, especially because we now have extremists in the government and in the White House that perpetuate those feelings and those thoughts. So again, I'm just going to tell you all right now, you will not talk to me about Islamist extremists, because I'm always going to talk about Christian extremists. I'm just saying, what religion was David Koresh or Jim Jones or Dylan, what's his face? Timothy McVeigh? What religion were those people? Right? Give me a second. Yeah. So I just, I bring that up because people really need to get a grip and maybe climb down off your high horse for a minute and get a reality check. Okay. I want to give you, I referenced this article earlier today, and I'm going to mention it again, along with a couple of more things. He probably does, because I fed him early this morning. So you all know that there's a UN expert by the name of Francesca Albanese. Do you all know who I'm talking to? Do y'all know who I'm talking about? I said talking to. So Francesca Albanese is a UN expert, and a new article has come out on Democracy Now! Let me show you her picture, because you will probably know who she is when I show you her picture. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, real quick. So you've probably seen her somewhere, because Israel can't stand her. Yeah, and the U.S. sanctioned her. So she is a UN expert, and she denounces Israeli abuse of Palestinians. And so she is specifically talking about torture and genocide, and she is saying that they have been adopted as just the regular policy of Israel. So I'm going to bring this in. Hold on. Let me move my thing. Okay. I just want to, so you guys can see it. United Nations expert Francesca Albanese's latest report warns that Israel is systematically torturing Palestinians on a scale that, quote unquote, suggests collective vengeance and destructive intent, and that, quote, torture has effectively become state policy since October 2023. Of all the investigations Albanese has carried out, quote, this has been absolutely the most excruciating that led me to say that Israel uses torture in a systematic and widespread fashion, intentionally and sadistically, to break the spirit of the Palestinians, not just as individuals, but as a people. This comes as Israeli forces reportedly tortured a Palestinian toddler earlier this month by using a cigarette to burn. This is not true. It's not one of the child's legs. I have pictures that were sent to me before it came out in the news. It was more than, anyway, to burn one of the child's legs and a nail to puncture the other, and in order to coerce a confession from his father. There's a transcript. She gives you a whole interview that you can listen to. I will put this in my link tree for you guys. But this is a real thing. So I'm going to say this to the quote unquote Christians in the room and the Christians who may be watching it later, and to Raphael Cruz, because your name is not Ted, damn it. Your name is Raphael fucking Cruz. So that's what I'm going to call you, bro. I would like to know where in the Bible it says to support people that burn toddlers with cigarettes or that use torture systematically against people sadistically. And while you're thinking about that, I would also ask, where does it say in the Bible to support someone or a country that uses white phosphorus against the civilian population like Israel just did in Lebanon? Where does it say in the Bible to support a people who damaged 7 critical water sources, cutting off clean water to 7,000 people? White phosphorus, it's a horrible chemical agent. I'm going to see if I can give you specifics on it. It's extremely toxic and dangerous to human. It causes severe, deep, and fatal burns on contact with skin, and it releases toxic fumes. Ingestion or inhalation causes immediate damage to the liver, the kidneys, the heart, and the central nervous system. And that's according to the World Health Organization. So, well, I'm asking Christians, where did Jesus ever say it? That's what I want to know, because I hear people saying the Bible says, Ted Cruz said the Bible tells him to support Israel. And so I want to know where. I want to know where it says to support people that burn toddlers with cigarettes and use white phosphorus on people. Israel has unalived 121 children in southern Lebanon. I'm going to say that again. Israel has already killed 121 children in southern Lebanon. And that's according to UNICEF, by the way. Yes, white phosphorus. So it's really important, folks, while you're listening to the Israeli Hasbara propaganda and the U.S. propaganda. It's important that you know exactly what's happening and who's doing what. Oh yes, and 100%. Yeah, so I just, okay. All right, folks, we'll see what this is about. So Saif Adine, this is going to be your first time joining me. Titan, get down. Get him. So when I bring you up to the panel, I'm going to ask that you keep yourself on mute until I get a chance to share with you kind of how I do things in this space. Okay, so put yourself on mute, Saif Adine.
It's impressive how little you
I
know.
asked you to put yourself on mute.
I don't care.
Until
I know shit about Israel, honey pie.
Well, when you can control when you can follow directions, you can come back. This is the way it works, honey pie. You don't listen. Yeah. My live is not open for colonization. Let me just be clear. You cannot colonize my live. Yeah. Yes, Sherry, it is. So again, Saif Adine, if you can follow directions, feel free to request back up. If you cannot, that just is what it is. Yeah. Not available for colonization. Nope. Nobody's coming in and taking over. So I'm great, Burdette. How are you? I see Saif Adine is not back. So, all right. So for anybody else that is not clear about how I do things in this space, I ask for 4 things here. I ask for people to be respectful, to not use slurs of any kind. I ask for people to not spam my comments. And then I ask for people to not type in all caps, because all caps are reserved for my moderators and for my folks that are vision impaired. I don't believe that those 4 things are very hard asks. I don't feel like those are, take a lot of effort. I feel like they're reasonable. And so if you want to have a conversation with me, that's the way that you do things. And if you can't do things like that, then you just simply won't have a conversation with me. It's not difficult to understand. Okay? So, yeah, it appears that Saif Adine is gone. And for me, let me just say this. The way that you behave literally is just, yeah, Sandy, I love that. Yeah, Petra, we've been talking about Cuba several times this morning already. We've talked about it several times. Yeah. You're welcome, Mohammed OS. Yeah, listen, folks, this is not difficult. If you come in here and you're coming in here to defend Israel, and then when you get on the panel, you act like an asshole, to me, you are simply making my point for me. You get that, right? If you come in and you are claiming to defend Israel, and then you get up here and you act like an asshole and you're disrespectful, you are literally making my point for me. Okay? So that's just to be very clear about, what it is. In a rare moment, I did want to share this, that Democracy Now! Was able to verify that there were missile and drone attacks from Iran and Hezbollah that wounded at least 25 Palestinians, and wounded 25 Israelis and left one Israeli dead. I did want to share that because we don't often get information out of Israel about the impact of the attacks from Iran. And this is one where Democracy Now! Was able to verify that missile and drone attacks from Iran and Hezbollah wounded 25 Israelis and left one deceased. So I did want to share that because, we don't often get the information that comes out of there. I'm checking real quickly to see if there's anything else. If there's anything else that I meant to cover that I didn't, that is like detrimental that I need to cover. No worries, Petra. Yeah, we've talked about Cuba extensively. We talked about, good gosh, Palestine, Lebanon, Iran. We've talked about even Venezuela a little bit. We talked a lot about the United States of America. We've talked about history. We've talked about hypocrisies. We've talked about ICE, definitely from a couple of different perspectives. We talked about Congress as well, and all of those different things. So really quickly, what I want to do, and I hope that it will come up on the screen quickly. I want to take a second to share with you all something that I have been. Yep, we talked about corporatocracy, correct? Wow, how long have I been on? 4 hours. 4 hours. So I want to share with you all this. The link to this flyer is in my link tree, and it's also in Discord. A lot of people have printed some of these out to give out during the No Kings rallies today. If you want to do that, you can absolutely do that. But I want to share with you all something that I have been working on extensively. I call it Project for the People. And this is a flyer that you can share. And it looks blue on your screen, but it's actually purple. That's so weird that my camera turned it blue. But this is actually purple. I don't know why it turned it blue. Let me see real quick if I can do something. Give me a second. I don't know if you can see it any better now. Nope. Anyway, it's purple. It's not blue. I don't know why the fuck it turned blue on the camera. Let me take this down. All right. Anyway, so this is a QR code that you can use. And this is looking to make an impact by the midterms. Join our community. It's purple for you guys. Yeah, TikTok changed it. It's purple on your screen. It's kind of purplish. Okay, it's purple, just so y'all know. Yep, this is the flyer, Granny, and says, we are an online community across the country that engages in boots on the ground organizing to create connection and understanding in our communities. Through effective conversations, even on hard topics, we can bridge the political divide and create a government that looks out for working class people, not corporations and billionaires. So if you want to access this, it is in my Discord. It is also in my link tree. You can print it out to hand out to people. And you can take this, and I have it in Spanish as well, guys. But when they scan this QR code, it will actually take them to a page that I've created, and it tells them about it, and people can sign up to participate. If you are not aware of everything that I've put together for it, give me 1 second, and I will give you just a brief overview of kind of what's going on and what's available to people for resources. Our next meeting is the 9th, April 9th. I'm so proud of myself remembering the damn date. It's April 9th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be on Google Meet. What's up, Doug? And let me share this with you all really quickly so that you know. Can I help you?
With the TV.
Yeah. 1 second.
Now.
Yeah. Oh, wait. What was it on? Was it on Netflix or what was it on?
It's like on video.
Oh, yeah. Let me help you. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'm helping the babies real quick. Okay. And do you know if it was on your profile? Okay. Now it's on you. Okay. Bella.
When did Asma?
Dominic. Okay, I'm going to get it for you. Hold on. Dominic. Can you hit the search over there and type in AFMA for her videos, please? Okay, so let me share with you what I've done. And am I sharing my screen over here? I'm not. Okay, relax, please. Okay, so listen, folks. So I have put together basically something for us in terms of a response. All the time on this app, I hear from people, what can we do? What can we do? What can we do in terms of freaking Project 2025 and what's happening with this administration and all of those things, right? And what the fuck did I just type in? Okay. And so what I wanted to do was make something that was the answer. Okay. And so we now have people that represent about 40 states across the country. Thank you, Marky. I appreciate it. And I want to share with you what that is. So first things first is I've done a ton of data. So I've researched federal elections for the last 5 years for 12 states so far. So this is all of the data, for instance, on Michigan. And I've done it for Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, a whole bunch of them. But the big part that you're going to care about are the assets, okay? So this is actually for everyone to have access to them. So on April the 11th, which is our first day of action, you'll actually go into here. We have two different, hold on. This is open to everybody, okay? And so let me show you what this looks like. So let's just say you're somebody that can't go out physically and protest, but you want to make a difference. Well, you can find your state. I have done graphics for all 50 states, and you can find your state and you can share the data, the stats actually from your state about how much Medicaid or SNAP people are projected to lose, right? So Washington District 4, 78,000 children and adults are projected to lose their Apple Health, which is their Medicaid in Washington State, okay? If your state calls it something different, I put that in there so people know what it is. For SNAP benefits, it's here as well, right? I am almost done with the Spanish graphics for everyone. So if I go to state resources, like for example, I know I've finished New York's already. So you will see that information in Spanish and in English for everyone, right? So watch. If I do Congressional District 6, this is the Medicaid.
The normal one.
Hold on, baby. And so if you see a picture of an elderly person like they're in a nursing home, you will also see what percentage of nursing home residents in that state are on Medicaid, right? You will see, let me go to the Spanish one, New York, and now I'm going to do the Spanish one. And so there's a Spanish one. Okay. So I have given everybody resources for 50 states across the country, all by congressional district for both your Medicaid and your SNAP. For Michigan, wait one moment because I'm almost finished. In Michigan, I have also created for you, you have some specific ICE information for Michigan.
So I got kicked out.
Okay, ask Dominic to put you back. So look, so in Michigan, they have detained, ICE has detained 4 high school students from the same high school and their families. So I have their names and their ages and their grades, okay? Also in Michigan, I also have the arrests that were done in Michigan between January and October of 2025, and the fact that it's 3 times more than it was in 2024 during the same period. So I'm pulling together this information for all the states and across the board, but then there's also printable ones. So these are shareable flyers. If it says shareable, that means it's available for you to be shared right now. So this is the shareable stuff. And so right now, it's just letting people know about the project, right? This is the only one that's shareable right now. But then later, when we have our days of action, for example, this is one of the flyers that will be going out into our community post sharing, and we will be posting on our social medias. It's the myth that people are taking advantage of Medicaid and choosing not to work while getting benefits, when in fact, as you can see from all of these states up here, the majority of Medicaid adults actually do work. And it's regardless of whether they are Republican or Democratic states. You can see the number is always between 62 and 77% of adults on Medicaid that actually do work. And then it also has the QR code so that if they want to join our community and our movement, then they're able to do that, okay? So like I said, this is my response to 2020, Project 2025. And it's about equipping people with information. Now, I don't expect for anybody to just take my word for it. The sources are listed on all of the documents. And I also have it where you can go and click the link for your state's sources and see where we got the numbers. So this is not a trust me bro kind of thing. This is where you can actually see where the number is coming from and where the data is coming from. So as we continue and as we grow this, you will get more and more documents and information. What we are also doing is we are doing online workshops where we role play and practice having conversations with people. Thanks, Shelby. I appreciate it. So all of this I've done in the last 8 weeks. I started this project on January 25th. And so this is what I've gotten done so far. Alaikum salam, Abu Saraj. And hey, so Abu Saraj, we're doing a Pali panel tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So if this is something that you think you'd like to be a part of, so one of the things that I'm doing with folks is people have registered and they give me their county, their city, and their state. And so I am able to say, hey, I have X number of people in this state. I have X number of people in this county. So people can collaborate together. People can work together and actually do something, right? Thanks, Jack. And so, so this is my way of saying I can't spend all my time focusing on all the negative things that I can't do shit about. I'm not on the Supreme Court. I'm not on the Ninth Circuit or the Fourth Circuit Court. I'm not. So I can't fix those things. But what I can do is make sure that people in my community are aware of what's actually going to impact them directly. The conversation isn't about Republicans versus Democrat. The conversation is we need a government that actually looks out for people, not corporations. The conversation is people are more valuable than corporations and millionaires and billionaires. And the enemy is not immigrants. The enemy is not other poor people. The enemy is not working class people. The enemy are the corporate elites and the government that is catering to them, right? So I'm going to continue making graphics and uploading them. We meet again on the 9th. On the 9th, we're going to do some role playing so people can practice having conversation and answering questions, because some people are nervous about that, and I get it. I want you all to remember, if you don't want to go like knock doors in your community or whatever, you can go put them out in libraries. You can go put them out on bulletin boards and places like that, community centers. What, baby? Okay, I'm coming. So I'm coming. I'm literally getting off right now. So those are all things that you can do. So how do you sign up to join? You literally go to my link tree that is in my bio. It is the first link on the link tree. It's the first link, guys, and then fill out your information. The second link in my link tree is the purple flyer that says what we're all about. And you can scan that link tree. You can scan that QR code and also sign up to be a part of it, okay? So the data that I've done is for 12 states so far. It is 12 states that had margins of 10% or less in the 2024 election. And then it is the counties within those states that also had margins of 10% or less. The majority of the, I did talk about the American injuries in Saudi Arabia. I did, and the planes. I did. DJ K was in here a minute ago. I've covered a lot of stuff, not just about, they're up to 40 now. Yeah, I saw where it said, I want to say 25 or so. Miss you, Walla, Bella, Bilal. But yeah, so I talked about a lot of that, Abu Saraj, and because I've been on for about 4 hours. Yeah, can you give a quick 2-sentence on how to explain the flyer? Absolutely. So this is what I would say to people when you're handing out the flyer, like people are handing it out today during No Kings protests. So one of the things that I would say to people is, hey, this is a flyer for an online organization. We are looking for people to get together to share information on facts that are going to help people, know what's going on leading up to the midterms. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Hey, here's a flyer. This is an online community full of facts and great people. If you are looking for like-minded people, this is the place to go. Yes, ma'am, I am. You know what I mean? Does that help, Wawa? If you're looking for people that feel like you feel at this, if you want to feel like this, let's say you're at a No Kings rally. You could say if you want to feel like you're at a No Kings rally all the time, you want to join this community. If you want to feel like you're at a No Kings rally all the time, where it's filled with facts and information, but also strategy and positivity, this is the group that you want to join. That's what I would say. And that's what I want this to be, right? That is what Project for the People is about. That's what it is. Because let me tell you something, folks. We agree on policy way more than we disagree. So the goal right now isn't to convince people to vote for one group of people over another. The goal right now is to give people information that makes sense to them, and it helps them understand exactly what's happening to them. Because they will, when you, you're welcome. When you focus on the policy, people are going to naturally come to the conclusion that we have to have change. What's up, DeBoss? So again, in my link tree, the first link is how you sign up and join. The second link is the flyer that I want you to share everywhere. And then you will get an email from me to come to the meeting that is on the 9th. Right now, about 500 people or so have expressed interest. Can I share with you all something that's crazy, guys? In Texas alone, we have 18 participants in Texas. 18 people in Texas. We have like 11 in North Carolina, right? So can you imagine? Let's just say out of those 18 people, 10 of them are in different counties. And on the same day, at the same time, in all of these different counties, the same information is going out that is regional specific, right? Can you imagine on the same day, 40 different people that are in 40 different states are posting the same social media information in graphics that people can read and get and see their congressional district or see their county mentioned. And then all of a sudden, folks, you've got a movement. And the whole idea is when you share the information, everybody uses the same hashtag. The hashtag is hashtag Project for the People. Hashtag Project for the People. Because that's what this is about. This is about people. Working class, regular people. And there's also a playbook. I'm excited about the playbook. I wrote the playbook. It gives lots of examples about how to talk to people, what to talk to people about, facts that are good to know when you're talking about different subject matter. It covers how to talk to people about these different issues. And it kind of shares what the agenda is. Is there anybody here that hasn't heard the introductory letter to Project for the People? Appreciate you, the boss. Put a 1 in the comments if you've never heard the introductory letter to Project for the People. Yeah, the playbook will also be in the Google Drive. Everything will be in the Google Drive. Thanks, GGP. Okay, so really quickly, I'll share it with you, okay? And then you can really see if this is something that you are down to be with or not. How's that sound? Does that sound helpful, folks? Okay. Am I in the right browser? Probably not. Hold on. There we go. All right, here we go. So Project for the People, the Progressive Populist Promise, a strategy on how we stop the madness, get the country on track, and build a government that works for the benefit of the people. The majority of the country doesn't like the direction that we are going. The attack on our institutions, violations of civil rights, and erosion of governmental trust have left many people wondering what they can do to, quote unquote, put things on track. The purpose of this document is to provide answers to that question. Within these pages, you will discover 3 main pathways that will lead us back to a stable, democratic, constitutional republic that works for the benefit of the people. 3-step process, elections, in order to put progressive populist voices in a position. Mila, no, don't say she was fixing to pinch you after you screamed that she did pinch you. Don't do that. Did she mean to pinch you? Or did an accident happen? Okay, so when it's an accident, do we tattletale? No. Go play, Mila. I'm almost done. Elections. In order to put progressive populist voices in a position to create legislation, policy, and accountability that works for the benefit of the average person, we must get serious about winning elections. That means developing a new strategy. You all do not want to do this today. I got you, Mila. As soon as I'm done, I got you. That means developing a new strategy. The foundation of our election strategy is accurate election data. Numbers don't lie, people do. So it's not about what people post on their social media, say to the pollsters, or tell their friends. What people do, yes, during the short window that they are able to cast their ballot is what matters. So we might as well start there. Yeah, listen, these are my grandbabies. This is what life is like. If I waited until the perfect time to actually do work, it would never get done. 2, communities and conversations. Disconnection and voter apathy led to over, I can just share this with you guys. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Real talk. I keep it real. If I waited for the perfect moment, it would never get done. Okay. I should probably take down my background if I want you all to see anything, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Communities and conversations. Disconnection and voter apathy led to over 80 million registered voters simply choosing not to participate in the 2024 election. Our country won't survive another election with that level of disengagement. That's why it's absolutely essential that we begin cultivating conversations within our communities that are effective, equipping everyday people on how to have productive conversations, even on hard topics, and giving them the framework to know when, where, and with whom to have these conversations is how we move the needle consistently and permanently. Government accountability. Neutralizing the threat that exists within the current administration is imperative as we move closer to the next election. The most effective mechanism for that is the articles of impeachment. The key will be in selecting the individuals to impeach, gathering the most compelling evidence to ensure the impeachment and removal, and then determining the order in which they should be impeached. When done properly, these 3 objectives will provide an undeniably positive outcome for the people with minimal risk. A note, we need you. Project for the People is a citizen-led effort to be ready for the next midterm election scheduled to take place on November 3rd, 2026. By reading or listening to this document, you have a responsibility to do what is in the best interest of not only yourself, your family, and loved ones, but also your neighbors, community, and the population as a whole. To whom much is given, much is required. And now that you are aware of the movement, you are responsible for the action you do or don't take from here. Progressive campaigns tend to wait until the last 3 or 4 months before the election to start truly organizing and implementing strategy. That will be too late in 2026. Our communities are already too stressed out. The dangers of ICE and DHS are becoming increasingly evident in our neighborhoods, and people may not be able to wait that long. And even if they could, would you be the most effective at that time? Probably not. The time is now. Unlike prominent think tanks, we don't have large financial backers or significant political connections. What we do have is 2 things: heart and hope. Those are the things that make us the most dangerous to this administration and those who would like to see us continue down the path. It is also what makes us a threat to some members of the Democratic Party as well as the GOP. While the 2 parties are not the same, they share some devastating points of intersection with their conservative counterparts, and in those shared values and common goals, they find us a hazard to their agenda. As of today, they're all on notice, regardless of party. This is a pragmatic approach to politics based on what's in the best interest of the people, average, everyday people. While from a policy perspective that has traditionally leaned to the Democrat side of the aisle, it is not a free pass for re-election, especially without a primary challenger. In 2026, members of the Democratic Party who are currently in office have a small window in which to determine their path forward, because after we win a Democratic majority in Congress in November, we begin the process of challenging and defeating those members who put corporate interest, a particular religion, or a foreign government before the American people. Project for the People needs people across all spectrums to come together and deconstruct the current administrative state and redesign our congressional state. There are those who would have you believe that it's not possible, that we don't have the power. They're wrong, and they know it. If we, the people, didn't have the power to make it happen, they wouldn't work so hard to limit or to take it away. Why make it harder to vote? Why silence our voices? Why create media monopolies? Why engage in deliberate misinformation and disinformation campaigns? Because they're afraid you'll realize who the real enemy is and stop fighting the people in the same boat as you. This document is your invitation to support this message and join the movement in the best way possible in your life. What does that mean? It means not everyone will be able to participate in community organizing. Not everyone can run for office. Not everyone can put together community forums, right? So find where you can be the most effective and that best fits your life. Just be real about it. Don't use it as an excuse for your apathy, depression, or resignation. Push yourself. We know how badly the other side wants the world they desire. They wrote a 900+ page playbook on it, and they developed a coalition of over 50,000 conservative organizations to figure out how to make it happen. So it's time to ask yourself, what are you willing to do? So that is the introduction to Project for the People. And I've already shown you the graphics and the sources and the resources for people. So, hey, Irvette. So this is what we're doing. In addition to being across social media and talking about the issues of the day and the issues of the moment, we are mobilizing and taking that perspective, that information, and that motivation out into our communities and into the streets with accurate information. So if you want to be a part of that, go to my link tree and click the first link and fill out your information. If you want a flyer to pass out, to put up, to do whatever, you can do that. It's the second link in my link tree. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Was that helpful? Everybody understand what it's all about now? She's doing okay, Yvette. She met with press earlier this week. She and I were on a call with the national journalist that I put her in touch with. And she's just dealing. You know, she's just dealing. Okie dokie schmokies. All right, folks. It has been almost 5 hours. It has been 4 hours and 45 minutes. And this girl is actually hungry. I haven't eaten yet today. So I am going to go. I'm also going to put Afmao on TV for Mila. And then I do have a house to clean, and then I still have more work to do. So before I get off of TikTok, everybody go up here to the little red heart, click it again, and claim all of your points, please, so that they count for today. YouTube, Facebook, Substacks, make sure that you like, make sure that you share, make sure that you repost, all of those things. I appreciate you all greatly. I hope that you all have a great weekend. Stay safe. Stay informed, don't get overwhelmed, and do something that brings you joy, okay? Mean it. Love you, mean it.